irresistible form his nuptials day was named. He would soon be among them again. Mr. Elton and his bride, there was hardly time to talk over the first letter from Enscombe. Before Mr. Elton and his bride was in everybody's mouth, and Frank Churchill was forgotten, Emma grew sick at the sound. She had had 3 weeks of cheerful exemption from Mr. Elton and Harriet's mind. She had been willing to hope, had been lately gaining strength. With Mr. Weston's ball in view at least, there had been a great deal of insensibility to other things. But it was now evident that she had not attained such a state of composure as could stand against the actual approach. New carriage bell ringing and all, poor Harriet was an unnervous bridge, which required all the explanations and soothings and focus of every kind that Emma could give. Emma felt that she could not do too much for her, that Harriet had a right to all her ingenuity and all her patience, but it was tough work to be forever convincing, without producing any effect, forever agreed to, without being able to make their opinions the same. Harriet listened submissively and said it was very true. It was just as Miss Woodhouse described. It was not worthwhile to think about them, and she would not think about them any longer, but no change of subject could avail. And the next half hour saw her as anxious and restless about the Eltons as before. At last Emma attacked her on another ground. "You're allowing yourself to be so occupied and so unhappy about Mr. Elton's marrying Harriet is the strongest reproach you can make me. You could not give me a greater, approve of the mistake I fell into. It was all my doing. I know I have not dismissed it. I assure you deceived myself. I did very miserably deceive you, and it will be a painful recollection to me forever. Do not imagine me in danger of forgetting it." Harriet felt this too much to utter more than a few words of eager exclamation. Emma continued, "I have not said exert yourself, Harriet. For my sake think less, talk less of Mr. Elton for my sake. Because for your own sake, rather I would wish it to be done. For the sake of what is more important than my comfort. A habit of self-command in you, a consideration of what is your duty, and attention to propriety, and endeavor to avoid the suspicions of others, to save your health and credit, to restore your tranquility. These are the motives which I have been pressing on you. They are very important, and sorry I am that you cannot feel them sufficiently. To act upon them, my being saved from pain, is a very secondary consideration. I want you to save yourself from greater pain. Perhaps I may sometimes have felt that Harriet would not forget what was due, or rather what would be kind by me. This appeal to her affections did more than all the rest. The idea of wanting gratitude and consideration for Miss Woodhouse, whom she really loved extremely, made her wretched for a while, and when the violence of grief was comforted away, still remained powerful enough to prompt to what was right and support her in it very tolerably. You who have been the best friend I ever had in my life. Want gratitude to you. Nobody is equal to you. I care for nobody as I do for you. Oh, Miss Woodhouse, how ungrateful I have been." Such expressions, assisted as they were by everything that look and manner could do, made Emma feel that she had never loved Harriet so well, nor valued her affection so highly before. "There's no charm equal to tenderness of heart," said she afterwards to herself. "There is nothing to be compared to it. Warmth and tenderness apart with an affectionate, open manner will beat all the clearness of head in the world. For attraction, I am sure it will. It is tenderness of heart which makes my dear father so generally beloved, which gives Isabella all her popularity. I have it not, but I know how to prize and respect it. Harriet is my superior in all the charm and all the felicity it gives, dear Harriet. I would not change you for the clearest-headed, longest-sighted, best-judging female breathing. Oh, the coldness of a Jane Fairfax. Harriet is worth 100 such, and for a wife, a sensible man's wife, Is invaluable I mention no names. But joyful the man who changes Emma for Harriet. Chapter 32. Mrs. Elton was first seen at church, but curiosity could not be satisfied by a bride, and a pew, and it must be left for the visits in form, which were then to be paid, to settle whether she was very pretty indeed, or only rather pretty or not pretty at all. Emma had feelings, less of curiosity than of pride or propriety, to make a resolve on not being the last to pay her respects, and she made a point of Harriet's going with her. That the worst of the business might be gone through, as soon as possible, she could not enter the house again, could not be in the same room to which she had, with such vain artifice, retreated 3 months ago. To lace up her boot without recollecting, 1,000 vexatious thoughts would recur, compliments, charades, and horrible blunders, and it was not to be supposed that poor Harriet should not be recollecting too, but she behaved very well, and was only rather pale and silent. The visit was of course short, and there was so much embarrassment and occupation of mind to shorten it, that Emma would not allow herself entirely to form an opinion of the lady, and on no account to give one beyond the nothing meaning terms of being elegantly dressed and very pleasing. She did not really like her. She would not be in a hurry to find fault, but she suspected that there was no elegance. Ease but not elegance. She was almost sure that for a young woman, a stranger, a bride, there was too much ease. Her person was rather good, her face not unpretty, but neither feature nor air, nor voice nor manner were elegant. Emma thought at least it would turn out so. As for Mr. Elton, his manners did not appear, but no, she would not permit a hasty or witty word from herself. About his manners, it was an awkward ceremony at any time to be receiving marriage visits, and a man had need be all grace to acquit himself well through it. The woman was better off. She might have the assistance of fine clothes and the privilege of bashfulness, but the man had only his good sense to depend on. And when she considered how peculiarly unlucky poor Mr. Elton was in being in the same room at once with the woman he had just married, the woman he had wanted to marry, and the woman whom he had been expected to marry, she must allow him to have the right to look as little wise, and to be as much affectedly and as little really easy as could be. "Well, Miss Woodhouse," said Harriet, when they had quitted the house, and after waiting in vain for her friend to begin, "well, Miss Woodhouse," with a gentle sigh, "what you think of her? Isn't she very charming?" There was a little hesitation in Emma's answer. "Oh yes, very a pleasing young woman. I think a beautiful, quite beautiful, very nicely dressed indeed, a remarkably elegant gown. I'm not at all surprised that he should have fallen in love. Oh no, there's nothing to surprise one at all. A pretty fortune, and she came in his way." "I dare say," returned Harriet, saying again, "I dare say she was very much attached to him. Perhaps she might, but it is not every man's fate to marry the woman who loves him best." Miss Hawkins perhaps wanted a home, and thought this the best offer she was likely to have. "Yes," said Harriet earnestly, "and well she might. Nobody could ever have a better. Well, I wish them cheerful with all my heart. And now, Miss Woodhouse, I do not think I shall mind seeing them again. He is just as superior as ever, but being married, you know, it is quite a different thing. No, indeed. Miss Woodhouse, you need not be afraid. I can sit and admire him now without any great misery. To know that he has not thrown himself away is such comfort. She does seem a charming young woman. Just what he deserves, content creature." He called her Augusta. How delightful. When the visit was returned, Emma made up her mind. She could then see more and judge better from Harriet's happening not to be at Hartfield, and her father's being present to engage Mr. Elton. She had a quarter of an hour of the lady's conversation to herself, and could compositely attend to her. and the quarter of an hour quite convinced her that Mrs. Elton was a vain woman, extremely well satisfied with herself and thinking much of her own importance, that she meant to shine and be very superior, but with manners which had been formed in a bad school, hurt and familiar. And all her notions were drawn from one set of people, and one style of living, but if not foolish. She was ignorant, and that her society would certainly do Mr. Elton no good. Harriet would have been a better match. If not wise or refined herself, she would have connected him with those who were. But Miss Hawkins, it might fairly be supposed from her easy conceit, have been the best of her own set, the rich brother-in-law. Near Bristol was the pride of the alliance, and his place and his carriages were the pride of him. The very first subject after being seated was, Maple Grove, my brother, Mr. Suckling. See a comparison of Hartfield to Maple Grove. The grounds of Hartfield was small, but neat and pretty, and the house was modern and well built. This is Elton seen most favorably, impressed by the size of the room, the entrance, and all that. She could see or imagine very like Maple Grove. Indeed, she was quite struck by the likeness. That room was the very shape and size of the morning room. At Maple Grove, her sister's favorite room, Mr. Elton was appealed to was not astonishingly like. She could really almost fancy yourself at Maple Grove. And the staircase, you know. As I came in, I observed how very like the staircase was, placed exactly in the same part of the house. I really could not help exclaiming, I assure you, Miss Woodhouse, it is very delightful to me to be reminded of a place I'm so extremely partial to. As Maple Grove, I've spent so many joyful months there. With a little sigh of sentiment, a charming place undoubtedly. Everybody who sees it is struck by its beauty, but to me it has been quite a home. Whenever you are transplanted like me, Miss Woodhouse, you will understand how very delightful it is to meet with anything at all like what one has left behind. I always say that it is quite one of the evils of matrimony. Emma made a slight reply as she could, but it was fully sufficient for Mrs. Elton, who only wanted to be talking herself. So extremely like Maple Grove, and is not merely the house. The grounds, I assure you, as far as I could observe, strikingly like the laurels at Maple Grove, are in the same profusion as here, and stand very much in the same way. Just across the lawn, and I had a glimpse of a fine, large tree with a bench round it, which put me so exactly in mind. My brother and sister will be enchanted with this place. People who have extensive grounds themselves are always pleased with anything in the same style. Emma doubted the truth of the sentiment. She had a great idea that people who had extensive grounds themselves cared very little for the extensive grounds of anybody else, but it was not worthwhile to attack an error. So Double died, and therefore only said in reply, when you see more of this country, I'm afraid you will think you have overrated Hartfield. Surrey is full of beauties. Oh yes, I'm quite aware of that. It is the Garden of England. You know, Surrey is the Garden of England. Yes, but we must not rest our claims on that distinction. Many counties, I believe, are called the Garden of England, as well as Surrey. No, I fancy not, replied Mrs. Elton with a most satisfied smile. I never heard any county but Surrey called, so Emma was silenced. My brother and sister have promised us a visit in the spring or summer. At farthest, continued Mrs. Elton, and that will be our time for exploring. While they are with us, we shall explore a great deal. I dare say they will have their barouche land, or of course, which holds for perfectly, and therefore without saying anything of our carriage, we should be able to explore the different beauties. Extremely well, they would hardly come in their shades. I think at that season of the year, indeed when the time draws on, I shall decidedly recommend their bringing. The Baruch land, or it will be so very much preferable. When people come into a beautiful country of the sort, you know, Miss Woodhouse, one naturally wishes them to see as much as possible. And Mr. Suckling is extremely fond of exploring. We explored to King's Western twice last summer, in that way most delightfully. Just after their first having the Baruch land, or you have many parties of that kind here, I suppose, Miss Woodhouse, every summer. No, not immediately. Here we are, rather out of distance of the very striking beauties, which attract the sort of parties you speak of. And we are a very quiet set of people, I believe more disposed to stay at home than engage in schemes of pleasure. There is nothing like staying at home for real comfort. Nobody can be more devoted to home than I am. I was quite a proverb for it at Maple Grove. Many a time has Selina said, when she has been going to Bristol, I really cannot get this girl to move from the house. I absolutely must go in by myself, though I hate being stuck up in the Baruch land, or without companion. But Augusta, I believe with her own goodwill, would never stir beyond the park paling. Many times she has said so. And yet I'm no advocate for entire seclusion. I think on the contrary, when people shut themselves up entirely from society, it is a very bad thing, and that it is much more advisable to mix in the world, in a proper degree, without living in it either too much or too little. I perfectly understand your situation. However, Miss Woodhouse, looking towards Mr. Woodhouse, your father's state of health must be a great drawback. Why does he not try Bath? Indeed he should. Let me recommend Bath to you, I assure you. I have no doubt of its doing Mr. Woodhouse good. My father tried it more than once formerly, but without receiving any benefit. And Mr. Perry, whose name I dare say is not unknown to you, does not conceive it would be at all more likely to be useful now. That's a great pity, for I assure you, Miss Woodhouse, where the waters do agree, it is quite wonderful the relief they give. In my Bath life I have seen such instances of it, and it is such a cheerful place that it could not fail of being of use to Mr. Woodhouse's spirits, which I understand are sometimes much depressed. And as to its recommendations to you, I fancy I need not take much pains to dwell on them. The advantages of Bath to young are pretty generally understood. It would be a charming introduction for you, who have lived so secluded alive, and I could immediately secure you some of the best society in the place. A line for me would bring you a little host of acquaintance, and my particular friend Mrs. Partridge, the lady I've always resided with when in Bath, would be most content to show you any attentions, and would be the very person for you to go into public with. It was as much as Emma could bear, without being impolite. The idea of her being indebted to Mrs. Elton for what was called an introduction, of her going into public, under the auspices of a friend of Mrs. Elton's, probably some vulgar, dashing widow who, with the help of a boarder, just made a shift to live. The dignity of Miss Woodhouse of Hartfield was sunk. Indeed, she restrained herself, however, from any of the reproofs she could have given, and only thanked Mrs. Elton coolly. But their going to Bath was quite out of the question, as she was not perfectly convinced that the place might suit her better than her father. And then, to prevent further outrage and indignation, changed the subject directly. I do not ask whether you are musical, Mrs. Elton, upon these occasions. A lady's character generally precedes her, and Highbury has long known that. You are a superior performer. Oh no. Indeed, I must protest against any such idea. A superior performer, very far from it, I assure you. Consider from how partial 1/4 your information came. I am dotingly fond of music, passionately fond, and my friends say I'm not entirely devoid of taste. But as to anything else, upon my honor, my performance is mediocre to the last degree. You Miss Woodhouse, I well know, play delightfully. I assure you it has been the greatest satisfaction, comfort, and delight to me to hear what a musical society I am. Got into I absolutely cannot do without music. It is a necessary of life to me, and having always been used to a very musical society, both at Maple Grove and in Bath, it would have been a most serious sacrifice. I honestly said as much to Mystery when he was speaking of my future home, and expressing his fears, lest the retirement of it should be disagreeable, and the inferiority of the house too, knowing what I have been accustomed to. Of course he was not wholly without apprehension when he was speaking of it in that way. I honestly said that the world I could give up parties, balls, plays, for I had no fear of retirement. Blessed with so many resources within myself, the world was not necessary to me. I could do very well without it. To those who had no resources, it was a different thing. But my resources made me quite independent. And as to smaller size rooms than I've been used to, I really could not give it thought. I hoped I was perfectly equal to any sacrifice of that description. Certainly, I've been accustomed to every luxury at Maple Grove, but I did assure him that the carriages were not necessary to my happiness, nor was spacious apartments, but said I to be quite honest, I do not think I can live without something of a musical society. I condition for nothing else, but without music life would be blank to me. We cannot suppose, said Emma smiling, that Mr. Elton would hesitate to assure you of the being a very musical society in Highbury, and I hope you will not find his outstep the truth. More than may be pardoned, in consideration of the motive, no indeed. I have no doubts at all on that head. I am delighted to find myself in such a circle. I hope we shall have many sweet little concerts together. I think, Miss Woodhouse, you and I must establish a musical club, and have regular weekly meetings at your house, or else will not it be a good plan if we exert ourselves? I think we shall not be long in want of allies. Something of that nature would be particularly desirable for me, as an inducement to keep me in practice. For married women, you know, there is a sad story against them in general. They are but too apt to give up music, but you were so extremely fond of it. There can be no danger, surely. I should hope not. But really, when I look around, among my acquaintances I tremble. Selina's entirely given up music, never touches the instrument, though she played sweetly. And the same may be said of Mrs. Jeffrey's Clara Partridge. That was, and of the two Millmans, now Mrs. Bird and Mrs. James Cooper, and more than I can enumerate upon my word. It is enough to put one in a fright. I used to be quite angry with Selina, but really I begin now to comprehend that a married woman has many things to call her attention. I believe I was half an hour this morning shut up with my housekeeper, but everything of that kind. Sod Emma will soon be in so regular a train. Well said, Mrs. Elton, laughing. We shall see. Emma, finding her so determined upon neglecting her music, had nothing more to say, and after a moment's pause Mrs. Elton chose another subject. We have been calling at Randall's, said she, and found them both at home. And very pleasant people they seem to be. I like them extremely. Mr. Weston seems an excellent creature, quite a first-rate favorite with me already, I assure you, and she appears to be truly good. There is something so motherly and kind-hearted about her that it went upon one directly. She was your governess, I think. Emma was almost too much astonished to answer, but Mrs. Elton hardly waited for the affirmative before she went on, having understood as much. I was rather astonished to find her so very ladylike, but she is really quite the gentlewoman. Mrs. Weston's manners, said Emma, were always particularly good. Their propriety, simplicity, and elegance would make them the safest model for any young woman. And who do you think came in while we were there? Emma was quite at a loss. The tone implied some old acquaintance, and how could she possibly guess? Knightley, continued Mrs. Elton. Knightley himself was not lucky for not being within. When he called the other day, I had never seen him before. And of course, as a particular friend of Mr. E's, I had a great curiosity. My friend Knightley had been so often mentioned that I was really impatient to see him, and I must do my caros boso, the justice, to say that he need not be ashamed of his friend. Knightley is quite the gentleman. I like him very much decidedly. I think a very gentlemanlike man. Happily, it was time now to be gone. They were off and Emma could breathe. "Insufferable woman," was her immediate exclamation. Worse than I had supposed. Absolutely insufferable Knightley. I could not have believed it. Knightley never seen him in her life before, and call him Knightley. And discover that he is a gentleman, a little upstart vulgar, being with her mystery and her cattle spousal and her resources, and all her airs of perk, pretension and underbred finally. Actually to discover that Mr. Knightley is a gentleman. I doubt whether he will return the compliment, and discover her to be a lady. I could not have believed it. And to propose that she and I should unite to form a musical club. One would fancy we were bosom friends, and Mrs. Weston, astonished that the person who brought me up should be a gentleman worse and worse. I never met with her equal, much beyond my hopes. Harriet is disgraced by any comparison. What would Frank Churchill say to her if he were here? How angry and how diverted he would be. There I am, thinking of him directly. Always the first person to be thought of. How I catch myself out. Frank Churchill comes too regularly into my mind. All this ran so gladly through her thoughts, that by the time her father had arranged himself, after the bustle at the Eltons' departure, and was ready to speak, she was very tolerably capable of attending. "Well, my dear," he deliberately began, "considering we never saw her before. She seems a very pretty sort of young lady, and I dare say she was very much pleased with you. She speaks a little too quick, and little quickness of voice. That is which rather hurts the ear, but I believe I am nice. I do not like strange voices, and nobody speaks like you and Thomas Taylor. However, she seems a very obliging, pretty behaved young lady, and no doubt will make him a very good wife, though I think he had better not have married. I make the best excuses I could for not having been able to wait on him and Mrs. Elton on this cheerful occasion. I said that I hoped I should in the course of the summer, but I ought to have gone before. Not to wait upon a bride is very remiss. It shows what a sad invalid I am, but I do not like the corner into Vicarage Lane. I dare say your apologies were accepted, sir. Mr. Elton knows you, yes. But a young lady, a bride, I ought to have paid my respects to her if possible. It was being very deficient. But my dear papa, you are no friend to match money, and therefore, why should you be so anxious to pay respects to a bride? It ought to be no recommendation to you. It is encouraging people to marry, if you make so much of them. No, my dear, I never encouraged anybody to marry, but I would always wish to pay every proper attention to a lady, and a bride especially is never to be neglected. More is avowedly due to her, a bride, you know. My dear is always the first in company, let the others be who they may. Well, papa, if this is not encouragement to marry, I do not know what is, and I should never have expected you to be lending your sanction to such a vanity base. For poor young ladies, my dear, you do not understand me. This is a matter of mere common politeness and good breeding, and has nothing to do with any encouragement of people to marry." Emma had done. Her father was growing nervous and could not understand her. Her mind returned to Mrs. Elton's offenses, and long, very long did they occupy her. Chapter 33. Emma was not required by any subsequent discovery to retract her ill opinion of Mrs. Elton. Her observation had been pretty correct. Such as Mrs. Elton appeared to her on the second interview, such she appeared whenever they met again, self-important, presuming familiar. Ignorant and ill-bred, she had a little beauty and a little accomplishment, but so little judgment that she thought herself, coming with superior knowledge of the world, to in life and improve a country neighborhood, and conceived Miss Hawkins to have held such a place in society. As Mrs. Elton's consequence could only surpass, there was no reason to suppose. Mr. Elton thought it all differently from his wife. He seems not merely content with her, but proud he had an air of, congratulating himself on having brought such a woman to Highbury as not even Miss Woodhouse could equal, and the greater part of her new acquaintance disposed, commend or not in the habit of judging, following the lead of Miss Bates, goodwill or taking it for granted, that the bride must be as clever and as agreeable as she professed herself, were very well satisfied, so that Mrs. Elton's praise passed from one mouth to another, as it ought to do unimpeded by Miss Woodhouse, who readily continued her first contribution and talked with a good grace of her, being very pleasant and very elegantly dressed. In one respect Mrs. Elton grew even worse than she had appeared at first. Her feelings altered towards Emma, offended probably by the little encouragement which her proposals of intimacy met with. She drew back in her turn, and gradually became much more cold and distant, and though the effect was agreeable, the ill will which produced it was necessarily increasing Emma's dislike, her manners too, and Mr. Elton's were unpleasant towards Harriet. They were sneering and negligent. Emma hoped it must rapidly work on Harriet's cure, but the sensations which could prompt such behavior sunk them both very much. It was not to be doubted that poor Harriet's attachment had been an offering to conjugal unreserved, and her own share in the story, under a coloring the least favorable to her and the most soothing to him, had in all likelihood been given. Also, she was of course the object of their joint dislike when they had nothing else to say. It must be always easy to begin abusing this Woodhouse and the entity which they dared not show in open disrespect to her, found a broad event in contemptuous treatment of Harriet. Mrs. Elton took a great fancy to Jane Fairfax, and from the first not merely when a state of warfare with one young lady might be supposed to recommend the other, but from the very first, and she was not satisfied with expressing a natural and reasonable aberration, but without solicitation or plea or privilege. She must be wanting to assist and befriend her. Before Emma had forfeited her confidence, and about the third time of her meeting, she heard all Mrs. Elton's night entry on the subject. Jane Fairfax is absolutely charming. This Woodhouse, I rave about Jane Fairfax, a sweet interesting creature, so mild and ladylike, and with such talents. I assure you I think she has very extraordinary talents. I do not scruple to say that she plays extremely well. I know enough of music to speak decidedly on that point. Oh, she is absolutely charming. You will laugh at my warmth, but upon my word I talk nothing but Jane Fairfax, and her situation is so calculated to affect one. Miss Woodhouse, we must exert ourselves and endeavor to do something for her. We must bring her forward. Such talents as hers must not be suffered to remain unknown. I dare say you have heard those charming lines of the poet, "For many a flower is born to blush unseen, and waste its fragrance on the desert air." We must not allow them to be verified in sweet Jane Fairfax. "I cannot think there is any danger of it," was Emma's calm answer, "and when you are better acquainted with Miss Fairfax's situation, and understand what her home has been with Colonel and Mrs. Campbell, I have no idea that you will suppose her talents can be unknown. Oh, but dear Miss Woodhouse, she is now in such retirement, such obscurity, so thrown away, whatever advantages you may have enjoyed with the Campbells are so palpable to the end. And I think she feels it, I'm sure she does. She's very timid and silent. One can see that she feels the want of encouragement. I like the better for it, I must confess. It is a recommendation to me. I am a great advocate for humidity, and I am sure one does not often meet with it, but in those who are at all inferior, it is extremely prepossessing. Oh, I assure you, Jane Fairfax is a very delightful character, and interests me more than I can express. You appear to feel a great deal, but I'm not aware how you or any of Miss Fairfax's acquaintance here, any of those who have known no longer than yourself, can show her any other attention that my dear Miss Wood has. A vast deal may be done by those who dare to act. You and I need not be afraid if we set the example. Many will follow it as far as they can, though all have not our situations. We have carriages to fetch and convey her home, and we live in a style which could not make the addition of Jane Fairfax at any time the least inconvenient. I should be extremely displeased if Wright were to send up such a dinner as could make me regret having asked more than Jane Fairfax to partake of it. I have no idea of that sort of thing. It is not likely that I should, considering what I've been used to. My greatest danger, perhaps, in housekeeping may be quite the other way, in doing too much and being too careless of expense. Maple Grove will probably be my model, more than it ought to be, for we do not at all affect to equal my brother, Mr. Suckling, in income. However, my resolution is taken as to noticing Jane Fairfax. I shall certainly have her very often at my house, shall introduce her wherever I can. She have musical part is to draw out her talents, and she be constantly on the watch for an eligible situation. My acquaintance is so very, and said that, I have little doubt of hearing of something to suit her shortly. I shall introduce her, of course, very particularly to my brother and sister. When they come to us, I'm sure they will like her extremely, and when she gets a little acquainted with them, her fears will completely wear off, for there is nothing in the manners of either. But what is highly conciliating, I shall have her very often indeed, while they are with me, and I dare say we shall sometimes find a seat for her, and the Barouge land, or in some of our exploring parties. Poor Jane Fairfax, thought Emma. You have not deserved this. You may have done wrong with regard to Mr. Dixon, but this is a punishment beyond what you kind of merited, the kindness and protection of Mrs. Elton, Jane Fairfax. And Jane Fairfax, heavens, let me not suppose that she dares go about Emma Woodhousing me, but upon my honor, there seems no limit to the licentiousness of that woman's tongue. Emma had not to listen to such paradings again, to any so exclusively addressed to herself, so disgustingly decorated with a dear Miss Woodhouse. The change on Mrs. Elton's side soon afterwards appeared, and she was left in peace, neither forced to be the very particular friend of Mrs. Elton nor under Mrs. Elton's guidance, the very active patroness of Jane Fairfax, and only sharing with others in a general way, in knowing what was felt, what was meditated. What was done she looked on with some amusement. Miss Bates' gratitude for Mrs. Elton's care to Jane was in the first style of guile, simplicity, and warmth. She was quite one of her worthies, the most amiable, affable, delightful woman, just as accomplished and condescending as Mrs. Elton meant to be considered. Emma's only surprise was that Jane Fairfax should accept those attentions and tolerate Mrs. Elton as she seemed to do. She heard of a walking with the Eltons, sitting with the Eltons, spending a day with the Eltons. This was astonishing. She could not have believed it possible that the taste or the pride of Miss Fairfax could endure such society and friendship as the vicarage had to offer. This is a riddle, quite a riddle. She said to choose remain here month after month, under privations of every sort, and now to choose the mortification of Mrs. Elton's notice and the penury of her conversation, rather than return to the superior companions, who have always loved her with such real generous affection. Jane had come to Highbury professionally for 3 months. The Campbells were gone to Ireland for 3 months. But now, the Campbells had promised their daughter to stay, at least till midsummer, and fresh invitations had arrived for her to join them. They're according to Miss Bates. It all came from her. Mrs. Dixon had written most pressingly. Would Jane but go, means would be found, servants sent. Friends contrived, no traveling difficulty allowed to exist. But still she had declined it. She must have some motive, some more powerful than appears. For refusing this invitation was Emma's conclusion. She must be under some sort of penance, inflicted either by the Campbells or herself. There is great fear, great caution, great resolutions. Somewhere she is not to be with the Dixons. The decree is issued by somebody, but why must she consent to be with the Eltons? Here is quite a separate puzzle. Upon her speaking, her wonder aloud on that part of the subject, before the few who knew her opinion of Mrs. Elton, Mrs. Weston ventured this apology for Jane. We cannot suppose that she has any great enjoyment of the vicarage. My dear Emma, but it is better than being always at home. Her aunt is a good creature, but as a constant companion must be very tiresome. We must consider what Miss Fairfax quits before we condemn her taste for what she goes to. You are right, Mrs. Weston, said Mr. Knightley warmly. Miss Fairfax is as capable as any of us of forming a just opinion of Mrs. Elton. Could she have chosen with whom to associate, she would not have chosen her. But with her reproachful smile at Emma, she receives focus from Mrs. Elton which nobody else pays her. Emma felt that Mrs. Weston was giving her a momentary glance, and she was herself struck by his warmth. With a faint blush she presently replied, such concern as Mrs. Elton's, I should have imagined, would rather discuss than gratify Miss Fairfax. Mrs. Elton's invitations, I should have imagined, anything but inviting I should not wonder, said Mrs. Weston, if Miss Fairfax were to have been drawn on, beyond her own inclination, by her aunt's eagerness and accepting Mrs. Elton's civilities for her. Poor Miss Bates may very likely have committed her niece, and hurried her into a greater appearance of intimacy than her own good sense would have dictated. In spite of the very natural wish of a little change, both felt rather anxious to hear him speak again. And after a few minutes' silence he said, another thing must be taken into consideration. To Mrs. Elton does not talk to Miss Fairfax as she speaks of her. We all know the difference between the pronouns, he or she and thou, the plainest spoken amongst us. We all feel the influence of something beyond common civility in our personal intercourse with each other as something more early implanted. We cannot give anybody the disagreeable hints that we may have been very full of the hour before. We feel things differently. And besides the operation of this, as a general principle, you may be sure that Miss Fairfax owes Mrs. Elton by her superiority both of mind and manner, and that face-to-face Mrs. Elton treats her with all the respect which she has a claim to. Such a woman as Jane Fairfax probably never fell in Mrs. Elton's way before, and no degree of vanity can prevent her acknowledging her own comparative littleness. In action if not in consciousness, I know how highly you think of Jane Fairfax, said Emma. Little Henry was in her thoughts, and a mixture of alarm and delicacy made her irresolute what else to say. Yes, he replied. Anybody may know how highly I think of her. And yet, said I may, beginning hastily with an arch look, but soon stopping. It was better, however, to know the worst at once. She hurried on, and yet, perhaps, you may hardly be aware yourself how highly it is. The extent of your admiration may take you by surprise. Some day or other Mr. Knightley was hard at work upon the lower buttons of his thick leather gaiters, and either the exertion of getting them together or some other cause brought the color into his face as he answered, "Oh, are you there, but you are miserably behindhand." Mr. Cole gave me a hint of it 6 weeks ago." He stopped. Emma felt her foot pressed by Mrs. Weston and did not know herself what to think. In a moment he went on, "That will never be, however. I can assure you Miss Fairfax, I dare say would not have me if I were to ask her. And I'm very sure I shall never ask her." Emma returned her friend's pressure with interest, and was pleased enough to explain, "You are not vain, Mr. Knightley. I will say that for you." He seemed hardly to hear her. He was thoughtful, and in a manner which showed him not pleased. Soon afterward said, "So you have been settling that I should marry Jane Fairfax? No, indeed I have not. You have scolded me too much for matchmaking, for me to presume to take such a liberty with you. What I said just now meant nothing. One says this sort of things, of course, without any idea of a serious meaning. Oh no. Upon my word, I have not the smallest wish for your marrying Jane Fairfax or Jane anybody. You would not come in and sit with us in this comfortable way if you were married." Mr. Knightley was thoughtful again. The result of his reverie was, "No, Emma, I do not think the extent of my admiration of her will ever take me by surprise. I never had a thought of her in that way, I assure you." And soon afterwards, "Jane Fairfax is a very charming young woman, but not even Jane Fairfax is perfect. She has a fault. She has not the open temper which a man would wish for in a wife." Emma could not but rejoice to hear that she had a fault. "Well," said she, "and you soon silenced Mr. Cole, I suppose?" "Yes. Very soon he gave me a quiet hint. I told him he was mistaken. He asked my pardon and said no more. Cole does not want to be wiser or wittier than his neighbors. In that respect, how unlike dear Mrs. Elton, who wants to be wise and wittier than all the world. I wonder how she speaks of the Coles, what she calls them. How can she find any appellation for them deep enough in familiar vulgarity? She calls you Knightley. What can she do for Mr. Cole? And so I am not to be surprised that Jane Fairfax accepts her civilities and consents to be with her Mrs. Weston. Your argument weighs most with me. I can much more readily enter into the temptation of getting away from Miss Bates than I can believe in the triumph of Miss Fairfax's mind over Mrs. Elton. I have no faith in Mrs. Elton's acknowledging herself the inferior in thought, word or deed, or in her being under any restraint beyond her own scanty rule of good breeding. I cannot imagine that she will not be continually insulting her visitor. With praise, encouragement, and offers of service, that she will not be continually detailing her magnificent intentions, from procuring her a permanent situation to the including her in those delightful exploring parties which are to take place in the barouche landau. Jane Fairfax has feelings, said Mr. Knightley. I do not accuse her of want of feeling. Her sensibilities, I suspect, are strong, and her temper excellent, and its powers are forbearance, patience, self-control, but it wants openness. She is reserved, more reserved, I think, than she used to be, and I love an open temper. Note till Cole alluded to my supposed attachment. It had never entered my head. I saw Jane Fairfax and conversed with her, with admiration and pleasure always, but with no thought beyond. Well, Mrs. Weston, said Emma triumphantly when he left them, what do you say now to Mr. Knight? Is marrying Jane Fairfax? Why, really? Dear Emma, I say that he is so very much occupied by the idea of not being in love with her, that I should not wonder if it were to end in his being. So at last do not beat me. Chapter 34. Everybody ill and about Highbury, who had ever visited Mr. Elton, was disposed to pay him attention on his marriage. Dinner parties and evening parties were made for him and his lady, and invitations flowed in so fast that she had soon the pleasure of apprehending they were never to have a disengaged day. I see how it is, she said. I see what a life I am to lead among you. Upon my word, we should be absolutely dissipated. We really seem quite the fashion, if this is living in the country. It is nothing very formidable, from Monday next to Saturday. I assure you we have not a disengaged day. A woman with fewer resources than I have need not have been at a loss. No invitation came amiss to her. Her bath habits made evening parties perfectly natural to her, and Maple Grove had given her a taste for dinners. She was a little shocked at the want of 2 drawing rooms, at the poor attempt at rout cakes, and there being no ice in the Highbury card parties. Mrs. Bates, Mrs. Perry, Mrs. Godar, and others were a good deal behind hand and knowledge of the world, but she would soon show them how everything ought to be arranged. In the course of the spring, she must return their civilities by one very superior party, in which her card tables should be set out with their separate candles and unbroken packs, in the true style, and more waiters engaged for the evening than their very own establishment could furnish, to carry around the refreshments at exactly the proper hour and in the proper order. Emma, in the meanwhile, could not be satisfied without a dinner at Hartfield. For the Eltons, they must not do less than others, or she should be exposed to odious suspicions, and imagined capable of pitiful resentment. A dinner there must be. After Emma had talked about it for 10 minutes, Mr. Woodhouse felt no unwillingness, and only made the usual stipulation of not sitting at the bottom of the table himself, with the usual regular difficulty of deciding who should do it for him. But persons to be invited required little thought. Besides the Eltons, it must be the Westerns and Mr. Knightley. So far it was all of course, and it was hardly less inevitable that poor little Harriet must be asked to make the 8th. But this invitation was not given with equal satisfaction, and on many accounts Emma was particularly pleased by Harriet, begging to be allowed to decline it. She would rather not be in his company more than she could help. She was not yet quite able to see him and his charming, cheerful wife together without feeling uncomfortable. If Miss Woodhouse would not be displeased, she would rather stay at home. It was precisely what Emma would have wished, had she deemed it possible enough for wishing. She was delighted with the fortitude of her little friend. For fortitude, she knew it was in her to give up being in company and stay at home, and she could now invite the very person whom she really wanted to make the 8th, Jane Fairfax. Since her last conversation with Mrs. Weston and Mr. Knightley, she was more conscious, stricken about Jane Fairfax than she had often been. Mr. Knightley's words dwelt with her. He had said that Jane Fairfax received attention from Mrs. Elton which nobody else paid her. "This is very true," said she, "at least as far as relates to me," which was all that was meant, and it is very shameful. Of the same age and always knowing her, I ought to have been more her friend. But you will never like me now. I've neglected her too long. But I will show her greater attention than I have done. Every invitation was successful. They were all disengaged and all happy. The preparatory interest of this dinner, however, was not yet over. A circumstance rather unlucky occurred. The 2 eldest little nightclubs were engaged to pay their grandpapa and aunt a visit of some weeks in the spring, and their papa now proposed bringing them and staying one whole day at Hartfield, which one day would be the very day of this party. His professional engagements did not allow of his being put off, but both father and daughter were disturbed by its happening, so Mr. Woodhouse considered 8 persons at dinner together as the utmost that his nerves could bear, and here would be a 9th, and Emma apprehended that it would be a 9th, very much out of humor at not being able to come even to Hartfield for 48 hours. Without falling in with a dinner party, she comforted her father better than she could comfort herself by representing that, though he certainly would make them 9. Yet he always said so little that the increase of noise would be very immaterial, she thought it. In reality, a sad exchange for herself to have him, with his grave looks and reluctant conversation, opposed to her instead of his brother. The event was more favorable to Mr. Woodhouse than to Emma. John Knightley came, but Mr. Weston was unexpectedly summoned to town and must be absent on the very day he might be able to join them in the evening, but certainly not to dinner. Mr. Woodhouse was quite at ease, and the seeing him so, with the arrival of the little boys and the philosophic self-control of her brother, on hearing his fate removed, the chief of even Emma's vexation. The day came, the party were punctually assembled, and Mr. John Knightley seemed, early, to devote himself to the business of being agreeable, instead of drawing his brother off to a window while they waited for dinner. He was talking to Miss Fairfax, Mrs. Elton, as elegant as lace and pearls could make her. He looked at in silence, wanting only to observe. Enough for Isabella's information, but Miss Fairfax was an old acquaintance, and a quiet girl, and he could talk to her. He had met her before breakfast, as he was returning from a walk with his little boys, when it had been just beginning to rain. It was natural to have some civil hopes on the subject, and he said, "I hope you did not venture far, Miss Fairfax, this morning, or I'm sure you must have been wet. We scarcely got home in time. I hope you turned directly." "I went only to the post office," said she, "and reached home before the rain was much. It is my daily errand. I always fetch the letters when I'm here. It saves trouble, and is that something to get me out? A walk before breakfast does me good. Not a walk in the rain, I should imagine. No, but it did not absolutely rain when I set out." Mr. John Knight smiled and replied, "That is to say, you chose to have your walk, for you were not 6 yards from your own door when I had the pleasure of meeting you." And Henry and John had seen more drops than they could count. Long before, the post office has a great charm at one period of our lives. When you have lived to my age, you will begin to think letters are never worth going through the rain. For there was a little blush, and then this answer: "I must not hope to be ever situated as you are, in the midst of every dearest connection, and therefore I cannot expect that simply growing older should make me indifferent about letters. Indifferent, oh no. I never conceived you could become indifferent." Letters are no matter of indifference. They are generally a very positive curse. You are speaking of letters of business, minor letters of friendship. I've often thought from the worst of the two. Replied equally, business, you know, may bring money, but friendship hardly ever does. Ah, you are not serious now. I know Mr. John Knightley too well. I am very sure he understands the value of friendship. As well as anybody, I can easily believe that. Letters are very little to you, much less than to me. But it is not your being 10 years older than myself which makes the difference. It is not age, but situation. You have everybody, dearest. You always at hand. I probably never shall again, and therefore till I have outlived all my affections. A post office, I think, must always have the power to draw me out. In worse weather than today, when I talked of your being altered by time. By the progress of years, said John Knightley. I meant to imply the change of situation which time usually brings. I consider one as including the other. Time will generally lessen the interest of every attachment, not within the daily circle, but that is not the change I had in view for you. As an old friend, you will allow me to hope, Miss Fairfax, for 10 years hence, you may have as many concentrated objects as I have. It was kindly said and very far from giving offense. A pleasant thank you seemed meant to laugh it off, but a blush, a quivering lip, a tear in the eye, showed that it was felt beyond a laugh. Her attention was now claimed by Mr. Woodhouse, who, being according to his custom on such occasions, making the circle of his guests, and paying his particular compliments to the ladies, was ending with her, and with all of his mildest urbanity said, "I'm very sorry to hear, Miss Fairfax, of your being out this morning in the rain. Young ladies should take care of themselves. Young lady is a delicate plants. They should take care of their health and their complexion, my dear. Did you change your stockings?" "Yes, I did. And I'm very much obliged by your kind solicitude about me, my dear Miss Fairfax. Young ladies are very sure to be cared for. I hope your good grandmama and aunt are well. They are some of my very old friends. I wish my health allowed me to be a better neighbor. You do us great deal of honor today. I'm sure my daughter and I are both highly sensible of your goodness and have the greatest satisfaction. And seeing you at Hartfield, the kind-hearted, polite old man might then sit down and feel that he had done his duty and made every fair lady welcome and easy." By this time the walk in the rain had reached Mrs. Elton, and her remonstrances now opened upon Jane. "My dear Jane, what is this I hear? Going to the post office in the rain? This must not be, I assure you. You sad girl, how could you do such a thing? It is a sign I was not there to take care of you." Jane very patiently assured her that she had not caught any cold. "Oh, do not tell me. You really are a very sad girl, and do not know how to take care of yourself. To the post office indeed, Mrs. Weston, did you ever hear the like? You and I must positively exert our authority. My advice," said Mrs. Weston kindly and persuasively. "I certainly do feel tempted to give Miss Fairfax. You must not run such risks. Larple as you have been, severe colds indeed. You ought to be particularly careful, especially at this time of year. The spring, I always think, requires more than common care. Better wait an hour or two, or even half a day if your letters, than run the risk of bringing on your cough. Again now, do not you feel that you had? Yes. I am sure you are much too reasonable. You look as if you would not do such a thing again." "Oh, she shall not do such a thing again," equally rejoined Mrs. Elton. "We will not allow to do such a thing again." And nodding significantly, "There must be some arrangement made. There must indeed. I shall speak to Mr. E. the man who fetches our letters every morning. One of our men, I forget his name, shall inquire for yours too, and bring them to you. That will obviate all difficulties, you know, and from us. I really think, my dear Jane, you can have no scruple to accept such an accommodation." "You're extremely kind," said Jane, "but I cannot give up my early walk. I'm advised to be out of doors as much as I can. I must walk somewhere, and the post office is an object. And upon my word, I have scarcely ever had a bad morning before. My dear Jane, say no more about it. The thing is determined, ha-ha, that is laughing effectively. As far as I can presume to determine anything, without the concurrence of my lord and master. You know, Mrs. Weston, you and I must be cautious how we express ourselves. But I do flatter myself, my dear Jane, that my influence is not entirely worn out. If I meet with no insuperable difficulties, therefore consider that point as settled. Excuse me, Sir Jane, earnestly, I cannot by any means consent to such an arrangement, so needlessly troublesome to your servant. If the errand were not a pleasure to me, it could be done as it always is when I am not here. By my grandmammas, oh my dear, but so much as Patty has to do, and it is a kindness to employ our men." Jane looked as if she did not mean to be conquered, but instead of answering, she began speaking again to Mr. John Knightley. "The post office is a wonderful establishment," said she, "the regularity and dispatch of it. If one thinks of all that it has to do, and all that it does so well, it is really astonishing. It is certainly well regulated. So seldom that any negligence or blunder appears. So seldom that a letter among the thousands that are constantly passing about the kingdom is even carried wrong, and not one in a million, I suppose, actually lost. And when one considers the variety of hands, and of bad hands too, that are to be deciphered, It increases the wonder. The clocks grow expert from habit. They must begin with some quickness of sight and hand. And exercise improves them, if you want any further explanation. Continue smiling, they are paid for it. That is the key to a great deal of capacity. The public pays and must be served well. The varieties of handwriting were father talked of, and the usual observations made. I have heard it asserted, said John Knightley, that the same sort of handwriting often prevails in a family, and where the same master teaches. It is natural enough, but for that reason, I should imagine, the likeness must be chiefly confined to the females. For boys have very little teaching after an early age, and scramble into any hand they can get. Isabella and Emma, I think, do write very much alike. I have not always known their writing apart. Yes, said his brother, hesitating me, there is a likeness. I know what you mean, but Emma's hand is the strongest. Isabella and Emma both write beautifully, said Mr. Woodhouse, and always did, and so does poor Mrs. Weston, with half a sigh and half a smile at her. I never saw any gentleman's handwriting ever, began looking also Mrs. Weston, but stopped on perceiving that Mrs. Weston was attending to someone else, and the pause gave her time to reflect. Now how am I going to introduce him? Am I unequal to speaking his name at once, before all these people? Is it necessary for me to use any roundabout phrase? Your Yorkshire friend, your correspondent in Yorkshire. That would be the way, I suppose. If I were very bad, no, I can pronounce his name without the smallest distress. I certainly get better and better. Now for it. Mrs. Weston was disengaged and Emma began again. Mr. Frank Churchill writes, one of the best gentleman's hands I ever saw. I do not admire it, said Mr. Knightley. It is too small, wants strength. It is like a woman's writing. This was not submitted to by either lady. They vindicated him against the basest Persian no. It by no means wanted strength. It was not a large hand, but very clear and certainly strong. Had not Mrs. Weston any letter about her to produce? No, she had heard from him very lately, but having answered the letter, had put it away if we were in the other room. Said Emma, if I had my writing desk, I am sure I could produce a specimen. I have a note of his. Do you not remember Mrs. Weston employing him to write for you one day? He chose to say he was employed well. Well, I have that note and can show it after dinner to convince Mr. Knightley. Oh, when a gallant young man like Mr. Frank Churchill, said Mr. Knightley, dryly write to a fair lady like Miss Woodhouse, he will of course put forth his bus. Dinner was on the table. Mrs. Elton, before she could be spoken to, was ready, and before Mr. Woodhouse had reached her, with his request to be allowed to hand her into the dining parlor, was saying, must I go first? I really am ashamed of always leading the way. Jane solicited about fetching her own letters. Had not escaped Emma. She had heard and seen it all, and felt some curiosity to know whether the wet walk of this morning had produced any. She suspected it had. That it would not have been so resolutely encountered, but in full expectation of hearing from someone very dear, and that it had not been in vain, she thought. There was an air of greater happiness than usual, a glow both of complexion and spirits. She could have made an inquiry or two as to the expedition and the expense of the Irish mails. It was at her tongue's end, but she abstained. She was quite determined not to utter a word that should hurt Jane Fairfax's feelings, and they followed the other ladies out of the room, arm in arm, with an appearance of goodwill, highly becoming to the beauty and grace of each. Chapter 35. When the ladies returned to the drawing room after dinner, Emma found it hardly possible to prevent their making to distinct parties with so much perseverance in judging and behaving. Ill did Mrs. Elton engross Jane Fairfax and slight herself. She and Mrs. Weston were obliged to be almost either talking together or silent together. Mrs. Elton left then no choice if Jane repressed her for a little time. She soon began again, and though much that passed between them was in a half-whisper, especially on Mrs. Elton's side, there was no avoiding a knowledge of their principal subjects. The post office catching cold, fetching letters, and friendship were long under discussion. And to them succeeded one, which must be at least equally unpleasant to Jane, inquiries whether she had yet heard of any situation likely to suit her and professions of Mrs. Elton's meditated activity. "Here's April come," said she. "I get quite anxious about you. June will soon be here. But I have never fixed on June or any other month. Many look forward to the summer in general, but have you really heard of nothing?" "I have not even made an inquiry. I do not wish to make any yet." "Oh, my dear, we cannot begin too early. You are not aware of the difficulty of procuring exactly the desirable thing. I not aware," so Jane shaking her head. "Dear Mrs. Alton, who could have thought of it as I have done? But you have not seen so much of the world as I have. You do not know how many candidates that always are for the first situations. I saw a vast deal of that in the neighborhood. Round Maple Grove, a cousin of Mr. Suckling, Mrs. Bragg, had such an infinity of applications. Everybody was anxious to be in her family, but she moves in the first circle. Wax candles in the schoolroom, you can imagine how desirable. Of all houses in the kingdom, Mrs. Bragg's is the one I would most wish to see you in. Colonel and Mrs. Campbell are in town again by midsummer," said Jane. "I must spend some time with them. I'm sure they were wanted. Afterwards I may probably be glad to dispose of myself. But I would not wish you to take the trouble of making any inquiries. At present trouble, I know your scruples. You are afraid of giving me trouble. But I assure you, my dear Jane, the Campbells can hardly be more interested about you than I am. I shall write to Mrs. Partridge in a day or two, and should give her straight charge to be on the lookout for anything eligible. Thank you, but I would rather you did not mention the subject to her till the time draws nearer. I do not wish to be giving anybody trouble, but my dear child, the time is drawing near. Here's April and June, or say even July, is very near, with such business to accomplish before us. Your inexperience really amuses me. A situation such as you deserve and your friends will require for you is no everyday occurrence, is not obtained at the moment's notice. Indeed, we must begin inquiring directly. Excuse me, ma'am, but this is by no means my intention. I made no inquiry myself, and should be sorry to have any made by my friends, when I am quite determined as to the time. I'm not at all afraid of being long unemployed. There are places in town offices where inquiry would soon produce something. Offices for the sale not quite of human flesh, but of human intellect. Oh, my dear, human flesh, you quite shock me. If you mean a fling at the slave trade, I assure you Mr. Suckling was always rather a friend to the abolition. I did not mean, I was not thinking of the slave trade, replied Jane. Governor's trade, I assure you, was all that I had in view. Widely different, certainly, as to the guilt of those who carry it on, but as to the greater misery of the victims, I do not know where it lies, but I only mean to say that there are advertising offices, and that by applying to them, I should have no doubt of very soon meeting with something that would do. Something that would do, repeated Mrs. Elton. High. That may suit your humble ideas of yourself. I know what a modest creature you are. But it will not satisfy your friends to have you taking up with anything that may offer any inferior commonplace situation, and a family not moving in a certain circle, or able to command the elegances of life. You are very obliging, but as to all that, I am very indifferent. It would be no object to me to be with the rich. My mortifications, I think, would only be the greater. I should suffer more from comparison. A gentleman's family is all that I should condition for. I know you would take up with anything. But I should be a little more nice. I am sure the good Campbells will be quite on my side. With your superior talent, you have a right to move in the first circle. Your musical knowledge alone would entitle you to name your own terms, have as many rooms as you like, and mix in the family as much as you chose. That is, I do not know. If you knew the harp, you might do all that. I am very sure, but you sing as well as play. Yes, I really believe you might. Even without the harp, stipulate what you chose. And you must and shall be delightfully, honorably, and comfortably settled. Before the Campbells, or I have any rest, you may well cast the delight, the honor, and the comfort of such a situation together. Said Jane, they are pretty sure to be equal. However, I am very serious, and not wishing anything to be attempted at present. For me, I am exceedingly obliged to you, Mrs. Elton. I am obliged to anybody who feels for me. But I am quite serious in wishing nothing to be done till the summer. For 2 or 3 months longer, I shall remain where I am and as I am, and I am quite serious too. I assure you, replied Mrs. Elton gaily, and resolving to be always on the watch, and employing my friends to watch also, that nothing really unacceptable may pass us. In this style she ran on, never thoroughly stopped by anything, till Mr. Woodhouse came into the room. Her vanity had then a change of object, and Emma heard her saying, in the same half-whisper to Jane, "Here comes this dear old bear of mine. I protest, only think of his gallantry. And coming away before the other men. What a dear creature he is. I assure you I like him excessively. I admire all that quaint old-fashioned politeness. It is much more to my taste than modernese. Modernese often disgusts me, but this good old Mr. Woodhouse. I wish you had heard his gallant speeches to me at dinner. Oh, I assure you I begin to think that my carus boso would be absolutely jealous. I fancy I am rather a favorite. He took notice of my gown. How do you like it? Selina's choice. Handsome, I think. But I do not know whether it is not over-trimmed. I have the greatest dislike. The idea of being over-trimmed, quite a horror of finery. I must put on a few ornaments now, because it is expected of me. A bride, you know, must appear like a bride. But my natural taste is for all simplicity. A simple style of dress is so infinitely preferable to finery. But I am quite in the minority. I believe few people seem to value simplicity of dress. Sure, and finery are everything. I have some notion of putting such a trimming of this to my white and silver poplin. Do you think it will look well? The whole party were but just reassembled in the drawing room. When Mr. Weston made his appearance among them, he had returned to a late dinner, and walked to Hartfield as soon as it was over. He had been too much expected by the best judges for surprise, and there was great joy. Mr. Woodhouse was almost as glad to see him now as he would have been sorry to see him before. John Knightley only was in mute astonishment that a man who might have spent his evening quietly at home, after day of business in London, should set off again, and walk half a mile to another man's house, for the sake of being a mixed company till bedtime, or finishing his day in the efforts of civility and the noise of numbers, was a circumstance to strike him deeply. A man who had been in motion since 8 o'clock in the morning, and might now have been still, who had been long talking and might have been silent, who had been in more than a crowd, and might have been alone, such a man to quit the tranquility and independence of his own fireside, and on the evening of a cold, sleety April day rush out again into the world. Could he, by a touch of his finger, have instantly taken back his wife, there would have been a motive, but his coming would probably prolong rather than break Up the party, John Knightley looked at him with amazement, then shrugged his shoulders and said, "I could not have believed it even of him." Mr. Weston, meanwhile, perfectly unsuspicious of the indignation. He was exciting, cheerful as usual, and with all the right of being principal talker. Which a day spent anywhere from home confers, was making himself agreeable among the rest, and having satisfied the inquiries of his wife, as to his dinner, convincing her that none of all her careful directions to the servants had been overlooked and spread abroad. What public news he had heard was proceeding to a family communication, which, though principally addressed to Mrs. Weston, he had not the smallest out of. Being highly interesting to everybody in the room, he gave her a letter. It was from Frank, and to herself. He had met with it on his way, and had taken the liberty of opening it. Read it, he said. It will give you pleasure. Only a few lines will not take you long. Read it to Emma. The two ladies looked over together, and he sat smiling and talking to them, the whole time in a voice a little subdued, that very audible to everybody. "Well, he is coming. You see, good news, I think. Well, what do you say to it? I was told you he would be here again soon. Did not I, and my dear, did not I always tell you so? And you would not believe me until next week. You see that the latest, I dare say, for she is as impatient as the black gentleman when anything is to be done. Most likely they will be there tomorrow or Saturday. As to her illness or nothing, of course. But it is an excellent thing to have Frank among us. Again, so nearest town, they will stay a good while when they do come, and he will be half his time with us. This is precisely what I wanted. Well, pretty good news, is it not? Have you finished it? Has Emma read it? Put it up. Put it up. We will have a good talk about it some other time. But it will not do now. I shall only just mention the circumstance to the others in a common way." Mrs. Weston was most comfortably pleased on the occasion. Her looks and words had nothing to restrain them. She was content. She knew she was happy. She knew she ought to be happy. Her congratulations were warm and open. But Emma could not speak so fluently. She was a little occupied in weighing her own feelings, and trying to understand the degree of her agitation, which she rather thought was considerable. Mr. Weston, however, too eager to be very observant, too communicative to want others to talk, was very well satisfied with what she did say, and soon moved away to make the rest of his friends happy by partial communication of what the whole room must have overheard already. It was well that he took everybody's joy for granted, or he might not have thought either Mr. Woodhouse or Mr. Knightley particularly delighted. They were the first entitled after Mrs. Weston and Emma to be made happy. From them he would have proceeded to Miss Fairfax, but she was so deep in conversation with John Knightley that it would have been too positive an interruption, and finding himself close to Mrs. Elton and her attention disengaged, he necessarily began on the subject with her. Chapter 36. "I hope I shall soon have the pleasure of introducing my son to you," said Mr. Weston. Mrs. Elton, very willing to suppose a particular compliment intended her by such a hope, smiled graciously. "You have heard of a certain Frank Churchill, I presume," he continued. "I know him to be my son, though he does not bear my name." "Oh yes, I shall be very cheerful in his acquaintance. I'm sure Mr. Elton will lose no time in calling on him, and we shall both have great pleasure in seeing him at the vicarage." "You are very obliging. Frank will be extremely happy. I'm sure he is to be in town next week. If not sooner, we have notice of it in a letter today. I met the letter in my way this morning, and seeing my son's hand, presumed to open it. Though it was not directed to me, it was to Mrs. Weston. She is his principal correspondent. I assure you I hardly ever get a letter, and so you absolutely open what was directed to her. Ha ha ha, Mr. Weston laughing effectively. I must protest against that. A most dangerous president indeed. I beg you. Will not let your neighbors follow your example. Upon my word, if this is what I'd expect, married women must begin to exert ourselves. Oh, Mr. Weston, I could not have believed it of you. We met as sad fellows. You must take care of yourself, Mrs. Alton, this letter tells us. It is a short letter written in a hurry. Merely to give us notice, it tells us that they are coming up to town directly. On Mrs. Churchill's account, she has not been well the whole winter, and thinks Enscombe too cold for her, so they are all to move south without loss of time. Indeed, from Yorkshire, I think Enscombe is in Yorkshire. Yes, there are about 190 miles from London. A considerable journey, yes, upon my word, very considerable. 65 miles farther than Maple Grove to London. What is distance, M.R. Western, to people of large fortune? You would be amazed to hear how my brother, Mr. Cycling, sometimes flies about. You will hardly believe me, but twice in 1 week. He and Mr. Bragg went to London and back. With 4 horses, the evil of the distance from Enscombe, said Mr. Weston, is that Mrs. Churchill, as we understand, has not been able to leave the sofa for a week together. In Frank's last letter she complained. He said our being too weak to get into her conservatory, without having both his arm and his ankles. This, you know, speaks a great degree of weakness. But now she is so impatient to be in town, that she means to sleep only 2 nights on the road. So Frank writes word, certainly, you delicate ladies have very extraordinary constitutions, Mrs. Elton, you must grant me that. No, indeed, I shall grant you nothing. I always take the part of my own sex. I do indeed, I give you notice. You will find me a formidable antagonist on that point. I always stand up for women, and I assure you, if you knew how Selina feels with respect to sleeping at an inn, you would not wonder at Mrs. Churchill's making incredible exertions to avoid it. Selina says it is quite horror to her, and I believe I have caught a little of her nicety. She always travels with her own sheets, and excellent precaution does Mrs. Churchill do the same, depend upon it. Mrs. Churchill does everything that any other fine lady ever did. Mrs. Churchill will not be second to any lady in the land. Mrs. Elton equally interposed with, oh, Mr. Weston, do not mistake me. Selina is no fine lady, I assure you. Do not run away with such an idea. Is she not? Then she has no room for Mrs. Churchill, who is as thorough a fine lady as anybody ever beheld. Mrs. Elton began to think she had been wrong in disclaiming so warmly it was by no means her object to have it believed that her sister was not a fine lady. Perhaps there was one to spirit in the pretense of it, and she was considering what way she had best retract, when Mr. Weston went on, Mrs. Churchill is not much in my good graces, as you may suspect, but this is quite between ourselves. She's very fond of Frank, and therefore I would not speak ill of her. Besides, she is out of health now, the fact indeed. By her own account she has always been. I would not say so to everybody, Mrs. Elton, but I have not much faith in Mrs. Churchill's illness. If she really is ill, why not go to Bath, Mr. Weston, to Bath or Clifton? She's taken in her head that Enscombe is too cold for her. The fact is, I suppose, that she is tired of Enscombe. She has now been a longer time stationary there than she ever was before, and she begins to want change. It is a retired place, a fine place, but very retired. I like Maple Grove, I dare say. Nothing can stand more retired from the road than Maple Grove, such an immense plantation around it. You seem shut out from everything, in the most complete retirement, and Mrs. Churchill probably has not helpful spirits like Selina to enjoy that sort of seclusion. Or perhaps she may not have resources, nothing herself to be qualified for a country life. I always say a woman cannot have too many resources, and I feel very thankful that I have so many myself as to be quite independent of society. Frank was here in February for a fortnight, so I remember to have heard. you will find an addition to the Society of High Pri. When he comes again, that is, if I may presume to call myself an addition. But perhaps he may never have heard of being such a creature in the world. This was too loud a call for a compliment to be passed by, and Mr. Weston, with a very good grace, immediately exclaimed, "My dear madam, nobody but yourself could imagine such a thing possible. Not heard of you. I believe Mrs. Weston's letters lately have been full of very little else than Mrs. Elton. He had done his duty and could return to his son." When Frank left us continuity, it was quite uncertain when we might see him again, which makes this day's news doubly welcome. It has been completely unexpected. That is, I always had a strong persuasion he would be here again. Soon I was sure something favorable would turn up, but nobody believed me. He and Mrs. Weston were both dreadfully desponding. How could he contrive to come, and how could it be? Suppose that his uncle now would spare him again, and so forth. I always felt that something would happen in our favor. And so it has. You see, I have observed Mrs. Elton in the course of my life, that if things are going untowardly one month, there are shorter men the next. Very true, Mr. Weston, perfectly true. It is just what I used to say to a certain gentleman and company in the days of courtship when, because things did not go quite right, did not proceed with all the rapidity which suited his feelings, he was apt to be in despair, and exclaim that he was sure, at this rate it would be May before Hymen saffron robe would be put on for us. Oh, the pains I've been at to dispel those gloomy ideas and give him cheerful of use. The carriage, we had disappointments about the carriage. One morning, I remember, he came to me quite in despair. She was stopped by a slight fit of coughing, and Mr. Weston instantly seized the opportunity of going on. Your mentioning May is the very month which Mrs. Churchill is ordered, or has ordered herself, to spend in some warmer place than Enscombe, and short to spend in London, so that we have the agreeable prospect of frequent visits from Frank the whole spring, precisely the season of the year which one would have chosen for it. Days almost of the longest, weather genial and pleasant, always inviting one out and never too hot for exercise. When he was here before we made the best of it, but there was a good deal of wet, damp, tearless weather. There always is in February, you know, and we could not do half what we intended. Now will be the time. This will be complete enjoyment. And I do not know, Mrs. Elton, whether the uncertainty of our meetings, the sort of constant expectation there will be of his coming in today or tomorrow, at any hour, may not be more friendly to happiness than having him actually in the house. I think it is so. I think it is the state of mind which gives most spirit and delight. I hope you will be pleased with my son, but you must not expect a prodigy. He is generally thought a fine young man, but do not expect a prodigy. Mrs. Weston's partiality for him is very great, and you may suppose most gratifying to me. She thinks nobody equal to him. And I assure you, Mr. Weston, I have very little doubt that my opinion will be decidedly in his favor. I've heard so much in praise of Mr. Frank Churchill. At the same time, it is fair to observe that I'm one of those who always judge for themselves, and by no means implicitly guided by others. I give you notice that as I find your son, so shall I judge of him. I am no flatterer. Mr. Weston was musing. I hope, said he presently, I have not been severe upon poor Mrs. Churchill. If she is ill, I should be sorry to do her injustice, but there are some traits in her character which make it difficult for me to speak of her with the forbearance I could wish. You cannot be ignorant, Mrs. Elton, of my connection with the family, nor of the treatment I have met with, and between ourselves, the whole blame of it is to be laid with her. She was the instigator. Frank's mother would never have been slighted, as she was but for her. Mr. Churchill has pride, but his pride is nothing to his wife's. He is a quiet, indolent gentleman, like sort of pride that would harm nobody, and only make himself a little helpless and tiresome. But her pride is arrogance and insolence. And what inclines one less to bear? She has no fair pretense of family or blood. She was nobody when he married her. Barely the daughter a gentleman, but ever since her being turned into a Churchill, she has out-Churchilled them all. In high and mighty claims, but in herself I assure you, she's an upstart, only think wow. That must be infinitely provoking. I have quite a horror of upstarts. Maple Grove has given me a thorough disgust of people of that sort. For there is a family in the neighborhood who are such an annoyance to my brother and sister from the air. They give themselves your description, and Mrs. Church will maybe think of them directly. People of the name of Duckman, very lately settled there, and encumbered with many low connections, that giving themselves immensers, and expecting to be on a footing with the old established families. A year and a half is the very utmost that they could have lived at West Hall, and how they got their fortune. Nobody knows they came from Birmingham, which is not a place to promise much, you know, Mr. Weston. When there's not great hopes from Birmingham, I always say there is something darful in the sound, but nothing more is positively known of Tartmans. There were good many things, I assure you, are suspected, and yet by their manners, they evidently think themselves equal, even to my brother Mr. Suckling, who happens to be one of their nearest neighbors, is infinitely to bad Mr. Cycling, who has been 11 years a resident at Maple Grove, and whose father had it before him. I believe, at least now I'm almost sure, that Mr. Suckling had completed the purchase. Before his death they were interrupted. Tea was carrying round, and Mr. Weston, having said all that he wanted, soon took the opportunity of walking away, after T.M.R. and Mrs. Weston and Mr. Elton sat down with Mr. Woodhouse to cards. The remaining 5 were left to their own powers, and Emma doubted their getting on very well. The Mr. Knightley seemed little disposed for conversation. Mrs. Elton was wanting notice, which nobody had inclination to pay, and she was herself in a worry of spirits, which would have made her prefer being silent. Mr. John Knightley proved more talkative than his brother. He was to leave them early the next day, and he soon began with, "Well, Emma, I do not believe I have anything more to say about the boys, but you have your sister's letter, and everything is down at full length there. We may be sure my charge will be more concise than hers, and probably not much in the same spirit, all that I have to recommend being comprised in. Do not spoil them, and do not physic them. I rather hope to satisfy you both," said Emma, "for I should do all in my power to make them happy, which will be enough for Isabella, and happiness must preclude false indulgence and physic, and if you find them troublesome, you must send them home again. That is very likely you think so, do not you, I hope? I am aware that they may be too noisy if your father, or even maybe some encumbrance to you, if your visiting engagements continue to increase, as much as they have done lately. Increase, certainly you must be sensible that the last half year has made a great difference. In your way of life difference, no indeed, I am not. There can be no doubt if you're being much more engaged with company than you used to be. Witness this very time. Here I am come down for only 1 day, and you're engaged with a dinner party. When did it happen before or anything like it? Your neighborhood is increasing, and you mix more with it a little while ago. Every letter to Isabella brought an account of fresh Garrity's. Dinners at Mr. Cole's or balls at the Crown. The difference was Randall's. Randall's alone makes in your goings-on is very great. Yes, said his brother quickly, it is Randall's that does it all very well. And as Randall's, I suppose, is not likely to have less influence than heretofore, it strikes me as a possible thing. Emma, that Henry and John may be sometimes in the way, and if they are, I only beg you to send them home. No, cry this to Knightley, that need not be the consequence. Let them be sent to Dunwell. I shall certainly be at leisure upon my word explained. Emma, you amuse me. I should like to know how many of all my numerous engagements take place without your being of the party, and why am I supposed to be in danger of wanting leisure to attend to the little boys, these amazing engagements of mine? What have they been dining once for? The curls and having a ball talked off, which never took place. I can understand you nodding up. Mr. John Knightley, your good fortune in meeting with so many of your friends at once here delights you too much to pass unnoticed. But you, turning to Mr. Knightley, who know how very, very seldom I am ever 2 hours from Hartfield, why you should foresee such a serious of dissipation, for me I cannot imagine. And as to my dear little boys, must say that if Aunt Emma has not time for them, I do not think they would fare much better with Uncle Knightley, who is absent from home about 5 hours, where she is absent 1, and who, when he is at home, is either reading to himself or settling his accounts. Mr. Knightley seemed to be trying not to smile, and succeeded without difficulty upon Mrs. Elton's beginning to talk to him. Chapter 37. A very little, quiet reflection was enough to satisfy Emma as to the nature of her agitation. On hearing this news of Frank Churchill, she was soon convinced that it was not for herself. She was feeling all apprehensive or embarrassed. It was for him. Her own attachment had really subsided into a mere nothing. It was not worth thinking of. But if he, who had undoubtedly been always so much the most in love of the two, were to be returning with the same warmth of sentiment which he had taken away, it would be very distressing if a separation of 2 months should not have cooled him. There were dangers and evils before. Her caution for him and for herself would be necessary. She did not mean to have her own affections tangled again, and it would be incumbent on her to avoid any encouragement of his. She wished she might be able to keep him from an absolute declaration that would be so very painful, a conclusion of their present acquaintance, and yet she could not help rather anticipating something decisive. She felt as if the spring would not pass without bringing a crisis, an event or something to alter her present composed and tranquil state. It was not very long though. Rather longer than Mr. Weston had foreseen, before she had the power of forming some opinion of Frank Churchill's feelings. The Enscombe family were not in town quite as soon as had been imagined, but he was at Highbury very soon afterwards. He rode down for a couple of hours. He could not yet do more, but as he came from Randalls immediately to Hartfield, she could then exercise all her quick observation and speedily determine how he was influenced and how she must act. They met with the utmost friendliness. There could be no doubt of his great pleasure in seeing her, but she had almost an instant doubt of his caring for her as he had done, of his feeling the same tenderness in the same degree. She watched him well. It was a clear thing. He was less in love than he had been. Absence, with the conviction, probably of her indifference, have produced this very natural and desirable effect. He was in high spirits, as ready to talk and laugh as ever, and seemed delighted to speak of his former visit and recur to old stories, and he was not without agitation. It was not in his calmness that she read his comparative indifference. He was not calm. His spirits were evidently fluttered. There was restlessness about him, lively as he was, it seemed. A liveliness that did not satisfy himself. But what decided her belief on the subject was his staying only quarter of an hour and hurrying away to make other calls in Highbury. He had seen a group of old acquaintance in the street. As he passed, he had not stopped. He would not stop for more than a word, but he had the vanity to think they would be disappointed if he did not call, and much as he wished to stay longer at Hartfield, he must hurry off. She had no doubt as to his being less in love, but neither his agitated spirits nor his hurrying away seemed like a perfect cure. She was rather inclined to think it implied a dread of her returning power, and a discreet resolution of not trusting himself with her long. This was the only visit from Frank Churchill in the course of 10 days. He was often hoping and tending to come, but was always prevented. His aunt could not bear to have him leave her. Such was his own account at Randall's. If you were quite sincere, if you really tried to come, it was to be inferred that Mrs. Churchill's removal to London had been of no service to the willful or nervous part of her disorder. That she was really ill was very certain. He declared himself convinced of it, at Randall's, though much might be fancy. He could not doubt when he looked back that she was in a weaker state of health than she had been half a year ago. He did not believe it to proceed from anything that care and medicine might not remove, or at least that she might not have many years of existence before her. But he could not be prevailed on, by all his father's doubts, to say that her complaints were merely imaginary, or that she was as strong as ever. It soon appeared that London was not the place for her. She could not endure its noise. Her nerves were under continual irritation and suffering, and by the 10 days' end, her nephews left her to Randall's, communicated a change of plan. They were going to remove immediately to Richmond. Mrs. Churchill had been recommended to the medical scale of an eminent person there, and had otherwise a fancy for the place. A ready furnished house and a favorite spot was engaged, and much benefit expected from the change. Emma heard that Frank wrote, in the higher spirits of this arrangement, and seemed most fully to appreciate the blessing of having 2 months before him of such near neighborhood to many dear friends. For the house was taken for May and June. She was told that now. He wrote, with the greatest confidence of being often with them, almost as often as he could wish. Emma saw how Mr. Western understood these joyous prospects. He was considering her as the source of all the happiness they offered. She hoped it was not so. 2 months must bring it to the proof. Mr. Weston's own happiness was indisputable. He was quite delighted. It was the very circumstance he could have wished for. Now, it would be really having Frank in their neighborhood. What were 9 miles to a young man? And I was right, he would be always coming over. The difference in that respect of Richmond and London was enough to make the whole difference of seeing him always and seeing him never. 16 miles, number 18, it must be full. 18 to Manchester Street was a serious obstacle. Were he ever able to get away, the day would be spent in coming and returning. There was no comfort in having him in London. He might as well be Danscombe. Richmond was the very distance for easy intercourse, better than nearer. One good thing was immediately brought to a certainty by this removal: the ball at the Crown. It had not been neglected before, but it had been soon. Acknowledged vain to attempt to fix a day now. However, it was absolutely to be. Every preparation was resumed, and very soon after, the Churchills had removed to Richmond. A few lines from Frank to say that his aunt felt already much better for the change, and that he had no doubt of being able to join them for 24 hours at any given time, induced them to name as early a day as possible. Mr. Weston's ball was to be a real thing. A very few tomorrows took between the young people of Highbury and happiness. Mr. Woodhouse was resigned. The time of year lightened the evil to him. May was better for everything than February. Mrs. Bates was engaged to spend the evening at Hartfield. James had you notice, and he sanguinely hoped that neither dear little Henry nor dear little John would have anything A matter with them while dear Emma were gone. Chapter 38. No misfortune occurred again to prevent the ball. The day approached, the day arrived, and after a morning of some anxious watching, Frank Churchill, in all the certainty of his own self, reached Randall's before dinner, and everything was safe. No second meetings had there yet been. Between him and Emma, the room of the Crown was to witness it. But it would be better than a common meeting in a crowd. Mr. Weston had been so very earnest in his entreaties for her early attendance, for her arriving there as soon as possible after themselves, for the purpose of taking her opinion as to the propriety and comfort of the rooms before any other persons came, that she could not refuse him and must therefore spend some quiet info in the young man's company. She was to convey Harriet, and they drove to the Crown in good time. The Randalls' party just sufficiently before them. Frank Churchill seemed to have been on the watch, and though he did not say much, his eyes declared that he meant to have a delightful evening. They all walked about together to see that everything was as it should be, and within a few minutes were joined by the contents of another carriage, which Emma could not hear the sound of at first, without great surprise. So unreasonably early she was going to exclaim, but she presently found that it was a family of old friends, who are coming like herself, by particular desire to help Mr. Weston's judgment, and they were so. Very closely followed by another carriage of cousins, who had been entreated to come early, with the same distinguishing earnestness, on the same errand that, it seemed as if, half the company might soon be collected together, for the purpose of preparatory inspection. Emma perceived that her taste was not the only taste on which Mr. Weston depended, and felt that to be the favorite and intimate of a man who had so many intimates and confidants was not the very first distinction in the scale of vanity. She liked his open manners, but a little less of open-heartedness would have made him a higher character. General benevolence, but not general friendship, made a man what he ought to be. She could fancy such a man. The whole party walked about and looked and praised again, and then, having nothing else to do, formed a sort of half-circle around the fire, to observe in their various modes, till other subjects were started. That though may a fire in the evening was still very pleasant, Emma found that it was not Mr. Weston's fault, that the number of privy councillors was not yet larger. They had stopped at Mrs. Bates's door to offer the use of their carriage, but the aunt and niece, which be brought by the Eltons, Frank was standing by her. But not steadily. There was a restlessness which showed a mind not at ease. He was looking about, he was going to the door. He was watching for the sound of other carriages, impatient to begin or afraid of being always near her. Mrs. Elton was spoken off. "I think she must be here soon," said he. "I have a great curiosity to see Mrs. Elton. I've heard so much of her. It cannot be long, I think, before she comes." A carriage was heard. He was on the move immediately, but coming back said, "I'm forgetting that I'm not acquainted with her. I have never seen either Mr. or Mrs. Elton. I have no business to put myself forward." Mr. and Mrs. Elton appeared, and all the smiles and the proprietors passed. "The mistake some is Fairfax," said Mr. Weston, looking about. "We thought you were to bring them." The mistake had been slight. The carriage was sent for them. Now Emma longed to know what Frank's first opinion of Mrs. Elton might be, how he was affected by the studied elegance of her dress and her smiles of graciousness. He was immediately qualifying himself to form an opinion by giving her very proper attention. After the introduction had passed, in a few minutes the carriage returned. "Somebody talk to Brain. I will see there our umbrella, sir," said Frank to his father. Miss Bates must not be forgotten. And away he went. Mr. Weston was following, but Mrs. Elton detained him to gratify him by her opinion of his son, and so briskly did she begin that the young man himself, though by no means moving slowly, could hardly be out of hearing. A very fine young man indeed, Mr. Weston, you know. I kindly told you I should from my own opinion. I'm joyful to say that I'm extremely pleased with him. You may believe me, I never compliment. I think I'm a very handsome young man, and his manners are precisely what I like and approve. So truly the gentleman, without the least conceit or puppyism. You must know I have a vast dislike to puppies, quite a horror of them. They were never tolerated at Maple Grove, neither Mr. Suckling nor me had ever any patience with them, and we used sometimes to say very cutting things. Selina, who is mild almost to a fault, bow at them much better, while she talked to his son. Mr. Weston's attention was chained, but when she got to Maple Grove, he could recollect that there were ladies just arriving, to be attended to, and with joyful smiles, must hurry away. Mrs. Elton returned to Mrs. Weston. I have no doubt of its being. Our carriage with Miss Bates and Jane, our coachman and horses are so extremely expeditious. I believe we drive faster than anybody. What a pleasure it is to someone's carriage. For a friend, I understand you were so kind as to offer, but another time it will be quite unnecessary. You may be very sure I shall always take care of them. Miss Bates and Miss Fairfax, escorted by the two gentlemen, walked into the room, and Mrs. Elton seemed to think it as much her duty as Mrs. Weston's to receive them. Her gestures and movements might be understood by anyone who looked on, like Emma, but her words, everybody's words, were soon lost under the incessant flow of Miss Bates, who came in talking and had not finished her speech under many minutes after being admitted into the circle. At the fire, as the door opened, she was heard, so very obliging of you. No rate at all, nothing to signify. I do not care for myself, quite thick shoes. And Jane declares, well, as soon as she was within the door, well, this is brilliant indeed. This is admirable, excellently contrived, upon my word. Nothing wanting, could not have imagined it so well. Light it up, Jane. Jane, look. Did you ever see anything? Oh, Mr. Weston, you must really have had Aladdin's lamp. Good Mrs. Stakes would not know her own room again. I saw her as I came into a standing in the entrance. Oh, Mrs. Stakes, that I. But I had no time for more. She was now met by Mrs. Weston. Very well, I thank you, Mom. I hope you're quite well, very joyful to hear it. So afraid you might have a headache, seeing you pass by so often. Knowing how much trouble you must have. Delighted to hear it indeed. Oh dear Mrs. Elton, so obliged to. For the care at excellent time. Jane and I quite ready, did not keep the horses a moment. Most comfortable carriage. Oh, and I'm sure our thanks are due to you, Mrs. Weston, on that school. Mrs. Elton had most kindly sent Jane a note. Always should have been but to office in one day. Never were such neighbors. I said to my mother, upon my word, Mom, thank you. My mother is remarkably well gone to Mr. Woodhouse's. I made her take her shore the evenings. Are not warm her large new shore, Mrs. Dixon's ceremony present, so kind of her. Think of my mother bored at Weymouth. You know Mr. Dixon's choice. There were 3 others, James says, which they hesitated about some time. Colonel Campbell rather preferred an olive. My dear Jane, are you sure you did not wet your feet? It was but a drop or two, but I'm so afraid. But Mr. Frank Church was so extremely, and there was a map to step upon. I shall never forget his extreme politeness. Oh, Mr. Frank Church, I must tell you, my mother, spectacles have never been in fault. Since the river never came out again. My mother often talks of your good nature. Does not CJ, do not we often talk? Mr. Frank Churchill, I hear, is Miss Woodhouse, dear Miss Woodhouse. How to do? Very well, I thank you, quite well. This is meeting quite in fairyland. Such a transformation must not compliment. I know I am a most complacently. That would be rude, but upon my word. Miss Woodhouse, you do look. How do you like James' hair? You are a judge. She did it herself. Quite wonderful how she does her hair. No hairdresser from London. I think could Dr. Hughes, I declare. And Mrs. Hughes must go and speak to Dr. Mrs. Hughes for a moment. How do you do? How do you do? Very well, I thank you. This is delightful. Is it not? Where's dear Mr. Richard? Oh, there he is. Don't disturb him. Much better employ talking to the young ladies. How do you do, Mr. Richard? I saw you the other days. You rode through the town, Mrs. Ottaway. I protest. And good Mr. Ottaway, and Miss Ottaway, and Miss Carolyn. Such a host of friends, and Mr. George, and Mr. Arthur. How do you do? How do you all do? Quite well, I much applies to never better. Did I hear another carriage? Who can this be? Very likely the worthy curls, upon my worth. This is charming, to be standing about among such friends. And such a noble fur. I'm quite roasted. No coffee, I thank you for me. Never take coffee. A little tea of you, please, sir. By and by, no hurry. Oh, here it comes. Everything is so good. Frank Churchill returned to his station by Emma, and as soon as Miss Bates was quiet, she found herself necessarily overhearing the discourse of Mrs. Elton and Miss Fairfax, who was standing a little way behind her. He was thoughtful whether he were overhearing too. She could not determine. After a good many compliments to Jane on her dress, and look, compliments very quietly and properly taken, Mrs. Elton was evidently wanting to be complimented herself. And it was, how do you like my gown? How do you like my trimming? How is right done my hair? With many other relative questions. All answered with a patient politeness. Mrs. Elton then said, nobody can think less of dress in general that I do, but upon such occasions. This where everybody's eyes are so much upon me. And in compliment to the Westerns, who I have no doubt, giving this board chiefly to do me honor, I would not wish to be inferior to others. And I see very few pearls in the room except mine. So Frank Churchill is a capital dancer. I understand we shall see of our style suit. A fine young man certainly is Frank Churchill. I like him very well. At this moment Frank began talking so vigorously that Emma could not but imagine he had overheard his own praises and did not want to hear more. And the voices of the ladies were drowned for a while, till another suspension brought Mrs. Elton's tones again distinctly forward. Mr. Elton had just joined them, and his wife was exclaiming, "Oh, you have found us out at last, have you, in our seclusion? I was just this moment telling Jane, I thought you begin to be impatient for tidings of us." Jane repeated Frank Churchill with a look of surprise and displeasure. "That is easy, but Miss Fairfax does not disapprove it, I suppose." "How do you like Mrs. Elton?" said Emma in a whisper. "Not at all." "You are ungrateful, ungrateful. What do you mean then?" changing from a frown to a smile. "No, do not tell me. I do not want to know what you mean. Where's my father? When are we to begin dancing?" Emma could hardly understand him. He seems in an odd humor. He walked off to find his father, but was quickly back again with both Mr. and Mrs. Weston. He had met with him. In a little perplexity which must be laid before Emma, it had just occurred to Mrs. Weston that Mrs. Elton must be asked to begin the ball, that she would expect it, which interfered with all their wishes of giving Emma that distinction. Emma heard the sad truth with fortitude. "And what are we to do for a proper partner for her?" said Mr. Weston. "She will think Frank ought to ask her." Frank turned instantly to Emma to claim her former promise, and boasted himself an engaged man, which his father looked his most perfect approbation of. And it then appeared that Mrs. Weston was wanting him to dance with Mrs. Elton himself, and that their business was to help to persuade him into it, which was done pretty soon. Mr. Weston and Mrs. Elton led the way. Mr. Frank Churchill and Miss Woodhouse followed. Emma must submit to stand second to Mrs. Elton, though she had always considered the ballers peculiarly for her It was almost enough to make her think of marrying. Mrs. Elton had undoubtedly advantage at this time in vanity. Completely gratified, for those she had intended to begin with. Frank Churchill she could not lose by the change. Mr. Weston might be his son's superior. In spite of this little rub, however, Emma was smiling with enjoyment, delighted to see the respectable length of the set as it was forming and to feel that she had so many hours of unusual festivity before her. She was more disturbed by Mr. Knightley's not dancing than by anything else there. He was among the standards by where he ought not to be. He ought to be dancing, not classing himself with the husbands and fathers and whist players, were pretending to feel an interest in the dance, till their rubbers were made up. So young as he looked, he could not have appeared to greater advantage, perhaps anywhere than where he had placed himself. His tall, firm, upright figure among the bulky forms and stooping shoulders of the elderly men was such as Emma felt must draw everybody's eyes, and excepting her own partner, there was not one among the whole row of young men who could be compared with him. He moved a few steps nearer, and those few steps were enough to prove in how gentlemanlike a manner, with what natural grace he must have danced. Would he but take the trouble, whenever she caught his eye. She forced him to smile, but in general, he was looking brave. She wished he could love a ballroom better, and could like Frank Churchill better. He seemed often observing her. She must not flatter herself that he thought of her dancing, but if he were criticizing her behavior. She did not feel afraid. There was nothing like flirtation between her and her partner. They seemed more like cheerful, easy friends than lovers. That Frank Churchill thought less of her than he had done was indubitable. The ball proceeded pleasantly. The anxious cares, the incessant tensions of Mrs. Weston were not thrown away. Everybody seemed happy, and the praise of being a delightful ball, which is seldom bestowed till after the ball has ceased to be, was repeatedly given. In the very beginning of the existence of this, a very important, very recordable event, it was not more productive than such meetings usually are. There was one, however, which Emma thought something off. The two last dances before supper were begun, and Harriet had no partner, the only young lady sitting down. And so equal had been hitherto to the number of dancers, that how there could be anyone disengaged was the wonder. But Emma's wonder lessened soon afterwards, on seeing Mr. Elton sauntering about. He would not ask Harriet to dance if it were possible to be avoided. She was sure he would not, and she was expecting him every moment to escape into the card room. Escape, however, was not his plan. He came to the part of the room where the sitters-by were collected, spoke to some, and walked about in front of them, as if to show his liberty and his resolution of maintaining it. He did not admit being sometimes directly before Miss Smith, or speaking to those who were close to her. Emma saw it. She was not yet dancing. She was working her way up from the bottom, and had therefore leisure to look around, and by only turning her head a little, she saw it all. When she was halfway up the set, the whole group were exactly behind her, and she would no longer allow her eyes to watch. But Mr. Elton was so near that she heard every syllable of a dialogue which just then took place between him and Mrs. Weston, and she perceived that his wife, who was standing immediately above her, was not only listening also, but even encouraging him by significant glances, the kind-hearted gentle Mrs. Weston had left her seat to join him and say, "Do not you dance, Mr. Elton?" To which his prompt reply was most readily, "Mrs. Weston, if you will dance with me, no, I would get you a better partner than myself. I am no dancer. If Mrs. Gilbert wishes to dance," said he, "I shall have great pleasure, I am sure, for, though beginning to feel myself rather an old married man, and that my dancing days are over, it would give me great pleasure at any time." to stand up with an old friend, like Mrs. Gilbert. Mrs. Gilbert does not mean to dance, but there is a young lady disengaged, whom I should be very glad to see dancing. Miss Smith, Miss Smith-o. I had not observed you are extremely obliging, and if I were not an old married man. But my dancing days are over, Mrs. Weston, you will excuse me. Anything else, I should be most joyful to do at your command. But my dancing days are over, Mrs. Weston said. No more than Emma could imagine, with what surprise and mortification she must be. Returning to her seat, this was Mr. Elton the amiable, obliging, gentle Mr. Elton. She looked around for a moment. He had joined Mr. Knightley a little distance, and was arranging himself for subtle conversation, while smiles of high glee passed between him and his wife. She would not look again. Her heart was in a glow, and she feared her face might be as hot. In another moment a happier side caught her. Mr. Knightley leading Harriet to the set. Never had she been more surprised, seldom more delighted than at that instant. She was all pleasure and gratitude, both for Harriet and herself, and longed to be thanking him. And though too distant for speech, Accountant said much. As soon as she could catch his eye again, his dancing proved to be just what she had believed it, extremely good. And Harriet would have seemed almost too lucky, if it had not been for the cruel state of things before, and for the very complete enjoyment and very high sense of the distinction, which her cheerful features announced. It was not thrown away on her. She bounded higher than ever, flew farther down the middle, and was in a continual course of smiles. Mr. Elton had retreated into the courtroom, looking, Emma trusted, very foolish. She did not think he was quite so hardened as his wife. Though growing very like her, she spoke of some of her feelings, by observing audibly to her partner Knightley, "Has taken pity on poor little Miss Smith. Very good-natured, I declare." Supper was announced, the move began, and Miss Bates might be heard from that moment, without interruption, till her being seated at the table, and taking up her spoon. "Jane, Jane, my dear Jane, where are you? Here's your tippet. Mrs. Weston begs you to put on your tippet. She says she's afraid there will be drafts in the passage, though everything has been done. One door nailed up, quantities of batting. My dear Jane, and did you must, Mr. Churchill-o. You are too obliging, how well you put it on. So gratified, excellent dancing indeed. Yes, my dear, I ran home as I said I should, to help Grandma Marta pet, and got back again, and nobody missed me. I set off without a word, just as I told you. Grandma Mar was quite well, had a charming evening with Mr. Woodhouse. A fast deal of chat and backgammon. He was made downstairs biscuits and baked, apples and wine before she came away. Amazing luck in some of her throws. And she inquired a great deal about you, how you amused, and who are your partners. Oh, said I shall not forestore Jane. I left a dancing with Mr. George Otway. She will love to tell you all about herself tomorrow. Her first partner was Mr. Elton. I do not know who will ask her next. Perhaps Mr. William Cox, my dear sir. You are to apply to is the nobody you would not rather. I'm not helpless, sir. You are most kind, upon my word. Jota one arm and me on the other. Stop, stop. Let us stand a little back. Mrs. Elton is going. Dear Mrs. Elton, how elegant she looks. Beautiful is now, we all follow in her train. Quite the queen of the evening. Well, here we are at the passage. 2 steps, Jane. Take care of the 2 steps. Oh no, there is but one well. I was persuaded there were 2. Oh, very odd. I was convinced there were 2, and there is but one. I never saw anything equal to the comfort and style. Candles everywhere. I was telling you of your Grandma Mar, Jane. There was a little disappointment. The baked apples and biscuits, excellent her way, you know, but there was a delicate flickersy of sweet bread, and some asparagus brought in first, and good Mr. Woodhouse, not thinking the asparagus quite boiled enough, sent it all out again. Now, there's nothing Grandma loves better than sweet bread and asparagus, so she was rather disappointed. but we agreed we would not speak of it to anybody, for fear of its getting round to DM's Woodhouse, who would be so very much concerned. Well, this is brilliant. I am all Emma's Edmund could not have supposed anything. Such elegance and profusion. I have seen nothing like it since. Wow. Where should we sit? Where should we sit? Anywhere so that Jane is not in a draft. Where I sit is a no consequence. Oh, do you recommend this side? Well, I'm sure, Mr. Churchill. Only it seems too good, but just as you please. What you direct in this house cannot be wrong. Dear Jane, how shall we ever recollect? Half the dishes for grandma's soup. To bless me, I should not be helped so soon. But it smells most excellent. I cannot help beginning. Emma had no opportunity of speaking to Mr. Knightley till after supper, but when they were all in the ballroom again, her eyes invited him irresistibly to come to her and be thanked. He was warm in his reprobation of Mr. Elton's conduct. It had been unpardonable rudeness, and Mrs. Elton's looks also received the due share of sincere. They aimed at wounding more than Harriet. Said he, Emma, why is it that they are your enemies? He looked with smiling penetration, and on receiving no answer added, she'll not be angry with you, I suspect, whatever he may be. To that summus, you say nothing, of course. But confess, Emma, that you did want him to marry Harriet. I did, replied Emma, and they cannot forgive me. He shook his head, but there was a smile of indulgence with it, and he only said, I shall not scold you. I leave you to your own reflections. Can you trust me with such flatterers? Does my vain spirit ever tell me I am wrong? Not your vain spirit, but your serious spirit. If one leads you wrong, I'm sure the other tells you of it. I do own myself to have been completely mistaken. And Mr. Elton, there is a littleness about him, which you discovered and which I did not. And I was fully convinced of his being in love with Harriet. It was through a series of strange blunders, and in return to your acknowledging so much, I will do you the justice to say that you would have chosen for him better than he has chosen for himself. Harriet Smith has some first-rate qualities which Mrs. Elton is totally without, and I'm pretending single-minded, artless girl infinitely, to be preferred by any man of sense and taste. To such a woman as Mrs. Elton, I found Harriet more conversable than I expected. Emma was extremely gratified. They were interrupted by the bustle of Mr. Weston, calling on everybody to begin dancing again. Come as Woodhouse, Miss Archway. Miss Fairfax, what are you all doing? Come, Emma, said your companions. The example, everybody is lazy, everybody is asleep. I'm ready, said Emma. Whenever I am wanted, whom are you going to dance with? Ask Mr. Knightley. She hesitated a moment and then replied, with you, if you will ask me. Will you, said he, offering his hand. Indeed I will. You have shown that you can dance. And you know, we are not really so much brother and sister as to make it at all improper. Brother and sister, no indeed. Chapter 39. This little explanation with Mr. Knightley gave Emma considerable pleasure. He was one of the agreeable recollections of the ball, which she walked about the lawn the next morning to enjoy. She was extremely glad that they had come to so good an understanding respecting the Eltons, and that their opinions of both husband and wife were so much alike in his praise of Harriet. His concession in her favor was peculiarly gratifying. The importance of the Eltons, which for a few minutes had threatened to ruin the rest of her evening, had been the occasion of some of its higher satisfactions, and she looked forward to another cheerful result, the cure of Harriet's infatuation. From Harriet's manner of speaking of the circumstance, before they quitted the ballroom, she had strong hopes. It seemed as if her eyes were suddenly opened, and she were unable to see that Mr. Elton was not the superior creature she had believed him. The fever was over, and Emma could harbor little fear of a pulse being quickened again by injurious courtesy. She depended on the evil feelings of the Eltons for supplying all the discipline or pointed neglect that could be further requisite. Harriet rational Frank Churchill not too much in love, and Mr. Knightley not wanting to quarrel with her. How very joyful a summer must be before her. She was not to see Frank Churchill this morning. He had told her that he would not allow himself the pleasure of stopping at Hartfield, as he was to be at home by the middle of the day. She did not regret it, having arranged all these matters, looked them through and put them all to rights. She was just turning to the house with spirits, freshened up for the demands of the two little boys, as well as their grandpa P.A., when the great iron sweep gate opened, and two persons entered, whom she had never less expected to see together. Frank Churchill with Harriet leaning on his arm. Actually, Harriet, a moment sufficed to convince her that something extraordinary had happened. Harriet looked white and frightened, and he was trying to cheer her. The iron gates and the front door were not 20 yards asunder. They were all free soon in the hall, and Harriet immediately sinking into a chair, fainted away. A young lady who faints must be recovered, questions must be answered, and surprises be explained. Such events are very interesting, but the suspense of them cannot last long. A few minutes made Emma acquainted with the whole. Miss Smith and Miss Bickerton, another parlor boarder, and Mrs. Goddards, who had been also at the ball, had walked out together and taken a road, the Richmond Road, which, though apparently public enough for safety, had led them into alarm. About half a mile beyond Highbury, making a sudden turn, and deeply shaded by elms on each side, it became for a considerable stretch very retired. And when the young ladies had advanced some way into it, they had suddenly perceived, at a small distance before them, on a broader patch of greensward by the side, a party of gypsies. A child on the watch came towards them to beg, and Miss Bickerton, excessively frightened, gave a great scream, and calling on Harriet to follow her, ran up a steep bank, cleared a slight hedge at the top, and made the best of her way by a shortcut. Back to Highbury poor Harriet could not follow. She had suffered very much from cramp after dancing, and her first attempt to mount the bank brought on such a return of it as made her absolutely powerless, and in this state, and exceedingly terrified, she had been obliged to remain. How the trampers might have behaved had the young ladies been more courageous must be doubtful, but such an invitation for attack could not be resisted, and Harriet was soon assailed by half a dozen children, headed by a stout woman and a great boy, all glamorous and impertinent in look, though not absolutely in word, more and more frightened. She immediately promised the money, and taking out her purse gave them a shilling, and begged them not to want more or to use her ill. She was then able to walk though, but slowly, and was moving away. But her terror and her purse were too tempting, and she was followed, or rather surrounded by the whole gang demanding more. In this state Frank Churchill had found her. She trembling and conditioning they loud and insolent. By a most fortunate chance, his leaving Highbury had been delayed, so as to bring him to her assistance at this critical moment. Pleasantness of the morning had induced him to walk forward and leave his horses to meet him by another road, a mile or two beyond Highbury, and happening to have borrowed a pair of scissors the night before of Miss Bates, and to have neglected to restore them, he had been obliged to stop at her door and go in. For a few minutes, he was therefore later than he had intended, and being on foot was unseen by the whole party till almost close to them. The terror which the woman and the boy had been creating in Harriet was then their own portion. He had left them completely frightened, and Harriet, equally clinging to him and hardly able to speak, had just strength enough to reach Hartfield. Before her spirits were quite overcome, it was his idea to bring her to Hartfield. He thought of no other place. This was the amount of the whole story, of his communication and of Harriet. As soon as she had recovered her senses and speech, he dared not stay longer than to see her well. These several delays left him not another minute to lose, and Emma, engaging to give assurance of her safety to Mrs. Godar and notice of there being such a set of people in the neighborhood. To Mr. Knightley he set off, with all the grateful blessings that she could utter. For her friend and herself, such an adventure as this. A fine young man and a lovely young woman, thrown together in such a way, could hardly fail of suggesting certain ideas to the coldest heart and the statiest brain, so Emma thought at least. Could a linguist, could a grammarian, could even a mathematician have seen what she did, have witnessed their appearance together and heard their history of it, without feeling that circumstances have been at work to make them peculiarly interesting to each other, how much more must an imaginist like herself, beyond fire with speculation and foresight, especially with such a groundwork, anticipation as her mind had already made. It was a very extraordinary thing. Nothing of the sort had ever occurred before to any young ladies in the place within her memory. No rencontre, no alarm of the kind, and now it had happened to the very person. And at the very hour when the other very person was chanting to pass by. To rescue her it certainly was very extraordinary, and knowing as she did the favorable state of mind of each at this period struck her the more he was wishing to get the better of his attachment. To herself, she just recovering from her mania, Mr. Elton, it seemed as if everything united to promise the most interesting consequences. It was not possible that the occurrence should not be strongly recommending each to the other. In the few minutes' conversation which she had yet had with him, while Harriet had been partially insensible, he had spoken of her terror, her naivety, her fervor, as she seized and clung to his arm with a sensibility, amused and delighted, and just at last, after Harriet's own account had been given, he had expressed his indignation at the abominable folly of Miss Bickerton in the warmest terms. Everything was to take its natural course, however. Nothing impelled nor assisted. She would not stir a step nor drop a hint. No, she had had enough of interference. There could be no harm in a scheme. A mere passive scheme, it was no more than a wish. Beyond it she would on no account proceed. Emma's first resolution was to keep her father from the knowledge of what had passed. Aware of the anxiety and alarm it would occasion, but she soon felt that concealment must be impossible. Within half an hour it was known all over Highbury. It was the very event to engage those who talk most. The young and the low, and all the youth and servants in the place, were soon in the happiness of frightful news. The last night's ball seemed lost in the gypsies. Poor Mr. Woodhouse trembled as he sat. And as Emma had foreseen, would scarcely be satisfied without their promising never to go beyond the strawberry again. It was some comfort to him that many inquiries after himself, and Miss Woodhouse for his neighbors, knew that he loved to be inquired after, as well as Miss Smith, were coming in during the rest of the day, and he had the pleasure of returning for answer that they were all very indifferent, which they're not exactly true. For she was perfectly well and Harriet not much. Otherwise Emma would not interfere with. She had an unhappy state of health in general. For the child of such a man, for she hardly knew what in this position was. And if he did not invent illnesses for her, she could make no figure in a message. The gypsies did not wait for the operations of justice. They took themselves off in a hurry. The young ladies of Highbury might have walked again in safety before their panic began, and the whole history dwindled soon into a matter of little importance, but to Emma and her nephews, in her imagination, it maintained its ground, and Henry and John were still asking every day for the story of Harriet and the gypsies. and still tenaciously setting her right. If she varied in the slightest, particular from the original recital. Chapter 40. A very few days had passed after this adventure, when Harriet came one morning to Emma, with a small parcel in her hand, and after sitting down and hesitating, thus began Miss Woodhouse, if you are at leisure. I have something that I should like to tell you. A sort of confession to make, and then you know, it will be over. Emma was a good deal surprised, but begged her to speak. There was a seriousness in Harriet's manner, which prepared her quite as much as her words for something more than ordinary. It is my duty, and I'm sure it is my wish, she continued, to have no reserves with you on the subject, as I am happily quite an altered creature in one respect, and it is very fair that you should have the satisfaction of knowing it. I do not want to say more that is necessary. I'm too much ashamed of having given way as I have done. And I dare say you understand me. Yes, Adama, I hope I do. How I could so long a time be fancying myself quite Harriet warmly, it seems like madness. I can see nothing at all extraordinary in him now. I do not care whether I meet him or not, except that of the two I had rather not see him. And indeed, I would go any distance round to avoid him. But I do not envy his wife in the least. I neither admire nor envy her as I have done. She is very charming, I dare say, and all that. But I think I'm very ill-tempered and disagreeable. I shall never forget her look the other night. However, I assure you, Miss Woodhouse, I wish I no evil. No, let them be ever so joyful together, it will not give me another moment's pang. And to convince you that I have been speaking the truth, I am now going to destroy what I ought to have destroyed long ago. What I ought never to have kept, I know that very well, blushing as she spoke. However, now I will destroy it all, and it is my particular wish to do it in your presence, that you may see how rational I am grown. Cannot you guess what this parcel holds? Said she with a conscious look. Not the least in the world. Did he ever give you anything? No, I cannot call them gifts, but they are things that I have valued very much. She held the parcel towards her, and Emma read the words, most precious treasures, on the top. Her curiosity was greatly excited. Harriet unfolded the parcel, and she looked on with impatience. Within abundance of silver paper was a pretty little Tunbridge-ware box, which Harriet opened. It was well lined with the softest cotton, but excepting the cotton, Emma saw only a small piece of cold plaster. Now, said Harriet, you must recollect. No, indeed I do not. Dear me, I should not have thought it possible you could forget what passed in this very room, about Court Place, to one of the very last times we ever met in it. It was but a very few days before. I had my sore throat just before Mr. and Mrs. John Knightley came, I think the very evening. Do not you remember his cutting his finger with your new pen knife, and your recommending Court Plaister? But as you had known about you, and knew I had, you desired me to supply him. And so I took mine out and cut him a piece. But it was a great deal too large, and he cut it smaller, and kept playing some time with what was left, before he gave it back to me. And so then, in my nonsense, I could not help making a treasure of it, so I put it by never to be used, and looked it now. And then, as a great treat, my dearest Harriet, cried Emma, putting her hand before her face and jumping up, you make me more ashamed of myself. And I can bear remember it, I remember it now all, except your saving this relic. I knew nothing of that till this moment, but the cutting the finger, and my recommending Court Plaister, and saying I had none about me. Oh, my sins, and I have plenty, all the while in my pocket. One of my senseless tricks. I deserve to be under continual blush. All the rest of my life, well, sitting down again, go on. What else? And had you really some at hand yourself? I'm sure I never suspected it. You did it so naturally, and so You actually put this piece of cool place to buy. For his sake, said Emma, recovering from her state of shame, and feeling divided between wonder and amusement. And secretly she added to herself, Lord bless me. When should I ever have thought of putting by, in a cotton, a piece of court placed at that Frank Churchill had been pulling about? I never was equal to this. Here resumed Harriet, turning to her box again. Here is something still more valuable. I mean that has been more valuable, because this is what did really once belong to him, which the court placed and never did. Emma was quite eager to see this superior treasure. It was the end of an old pencil, the part without any lead. This was really his, said Harriet. Do not you remember one morning? No, I dare say you do not. But one morning I forgot exactly the day. Perhaps it was the Tuesday or the Wednesday before. That evening, he wants to make a memorandum in his pocketbook. It was about spruce beer. Mr. Knightley had been telling him something about brewing spruce beer, and he wanted to put it down, and when he took out his pencil, there was so little lead that he soon cut it all away, and it would not do, so you lent him another. And this was left upon the table as good for nothing. But I kept my eye on it, and as soon as I dared, caught it up and never parted with it again. From that moment I do remember it, cried Dima. I perfectly remember it, talking about spruce beer. Oh, yes, Mr. Knightley and I both saying we liked it, and Mr. Elton seeing resolved to learn to like it too. I perfectly remember. Stop, Mr. Knightley was standing just here. Was not he? I have an idea. He was standing just here. I do not know. I cannot recollect. This is very odd. But I cannot recollect Mr. Elton was sitting here. I remember much about where I am now. Well, go on. Oh, that's all. I have nothing more to show you or to say except that I'm now going to throw them both behind the fire. And I wish you to see me do it, my poor dear Harriet, and you have actually found happiness in treasuring up these things. Yes, simpleton as I was. But I am quite ashamed of it now, and I wish I could forget as easily as I can burn them. It was very wrong of me, you know, to keep any remembrances after he was married. I knew it was, but had not resolution enough to part with them. But Harriet, is it necessary to burn the court plaster? I have not a word to say for the bit of old pencil, but the court plaster might be useful. I should be happier to burn it, replied Harriet. It has a disagreeable look to me. I must get rid of everything. There it goes, and there is an end. Thank heaven of Mr. Elton. And when thought Emma, will there be a beginning of Mr. Churchill? She had soon afterwards reason to believe that the beginning was already made, and could not but hope that the gypsy, though she had told no fortune, might be proved to have made Harriet's about a fortnight after the alarm. They came to a sufficient explanation, and quite undesignedly. Emma was not thinking of it at the moment, which made the information she received more valuable. She merely said in the course of some trivial chat, "Well, Harriet, whenever you marry I would advise you to do so," and thought no more of it till after a minute's silence. She heard Harriet say in a very serious tone, "I shall never marry." Emma then looked up and immediately saw how it was, and after moments' debate as to whether it should pass unnoticed or not, replied, "Never marry. This is a new resolution. It is one that I shall never change. However, after another short hesitation, I hope it does not proceed from, I hope it is not in compliment to Mr. Elton." "Mr. Elton indeed," cried Harriet. "And dignity, oh no," and Emma could just catch the words, "so superior to Mr. Elton." She then took a longer time for consideration. Should she proceed no farther? Should she let it pass and seem to suspect nothing? Perhaps Harriet might think her cold or angry. If she did, or perhaps if she were totally silent, it might only drive Harriet into asking her to hear too much. And against anything like such an unreserved, as had been such an open and frequent discussion of hopes and chances, She was perfectly resolved. She believed it would be wiser for her to say and know at once all that she meant to say, and know plain dealing was always best. She had previously determined how far she would proceed on any application of the sort, and it would be safer for both to have the judicious law of her own brain laid down. With speed she was decided, and thus spoke Harriet. "I will not affect to be in doubt of your meaning, your resolution, or rather your expectation of never marrying, results from an idea that the person whom you might prefer would be too greatly your superior and situation to think of you. Is not it so, oh, Miss Woodhouse, believe me? I have not the presumption to suppose, indeed I am not so mad, but it is a pleasure to me to admire him at a distance, and to think of his infinite superiority to all the rest of the world, with the gratitude, wonder, and veneration, which is so proper in me especially. I'm not at all surprised at you, Harriet. The service he rendered you was enough to warm your heart. Service, oh, it was such an inexpensible obligation, the very recollection of it, and all that I felt at the time when I saw him coming. His noble look and my wretchedness before, such a change in one moment, such a change from perfect misery to perfect happiness. It is very natural, it is natural. And it is honorable, yes, honorable, I think, to choose so well and so gratefully. But that it would be a fortunate preference is more than I can promise. I do not advise you to give way to it, Harriet. I do not by any means engage for its being returned. Consider what you are about. Perhaps it would be wisest in you to check your feelings. While you can at any rate, do not let them carry you far, unless you are persuaded of his liking you. Be observant of him. Let his behavior be the guide of your sensations. I give you this caution now, because I shall never speak to you again on the subject. I am determined against all interference henceforward. I know nothing of a matter. Let no name ever pass our lips. We were very wrong before. We will be cautious now. He is your superior, no doubt, and the do seem objections and obstacles of a very serious nature, but yet, Harriet, more wonderful things have taken place. There have been matches of greater disparity. But take care of yourself. I would not have you to sanguine, though however it may end. Be assured that your raising your thoughts to him is a mark of good taste, which I shall always know how to value. Harriet kissed her hand in silent and submissive gratitude. Emma was very decided in thinking such an attachment no bad thing for her friend. Its tendency would be to raise and refine her mind, and it must be, saving her from the danger of degradation. Chapter 41. In the state of schemes and hopes and connivance. June opened upon Hartfield to Highbury. In general, it brought no material change. The Eltons were still talking of a visit from the Cyclings, and they used to be made of their Barouge landau, and Jane Fairfax was still at her grandmother's, and as the return of the Campbells from Ireland was again delayed and August instead of midsummer fixed for it, she was likely to remain there for 2 months longer, provided at least you were able to defeat Mrs. Elton's activity in her service, and save herself from being hurried into a delightful situation. Against her will, Mr. Knightley, who for some reason best known to himself, had certainly taken an early dislike to Frank Churchill, was only growing to dislike him more. He began to suspect him of some double dealing. In his pursuit of Emma, that Emma was his object appeared indisputable. Everything declared it. His own concern, his father's hints, his mother-in-law's guarded silence. It was all in unison. Words, conduct, discretion, and indiscretion told the same story. But while so many were devoting him to Emma, and Emma herself making him over to Harriet, Mr. Knightley began to suspect him of some inclination to trifle with Jane Fairfax. He could not understand it, but there were symptoms of intelligence between them. He thought so, at least, symptoms of admiration on his side, which, having once observed, He could not persuade himself to think entirely. Void of meaning, however, he might wish to escape any of Emma's errors of imagination. She was not present when the suspicion first arose. He was dining with the Randalls family and Jane at the Eltons, and he had seen a look, more than a single look at Miss Fairfax, which from the admirer of Miss Woodhouse seemed somewhat out of place when he was again in that company. He could not help remembering what he had seen, nor could he avoid observations which, unless it were like Cooper and his fire at twilight, myself creating what I saw, brought him yet stronger suspicions of there being something of private liking, of private understanding, even between Frank Churchill and Jane. He had walked up one day after dinner, as he very often did to spend his evening at Hartfield. Emma and Harriet were going to walk. He joined them, and on returning, they fell in with a larger party who, like themselves, judged it wise as to take their exercise early, as the weather threatened rain. Mr. and Mrs. Weston and their son, Miss Bates, and her niece who had accidentally met. They all united, and on reaching Hartfield gates, Emma, who knew it was exactly the sort of visiting that would be welcome to her father, pressed them all to go in and drink tea with him. The Randalls party agreed to it immediately, and after a pretty long speech from his Bates, which few persons listened to, she also found it possible to accept dear Miss Woodhouse's most obliging invitation. As they were turning into the grounds, Mr. Perry passed by on horseback. The gentleman spoke of his horse by the by. Said Frank Churchill to Mrs. Weston presently, what became of Mr. Perry's plan of setting up his carriage? Mrs. Weston looked surprised and said, I did not know that he had ever any such plan. May I had it from you? You wrote me a word of it 3 months ago. May impossible. Indeed you did. I remember it perfectly. You mentioned it as what was certainly to be very soon. Mrs. Perry had told somebody, and was extremely content about it. It was owing to her persuasion, as she thought his being out in bad weather did him a great deal of harm. You must remember it now, upon my word. I never heard of it till this moment. Never, really never. Bless me, how could it be? Then I must have dreamt it. But I was completely persuaded. Miss Smith, you walk as if you were tired. You will not be sorry to find yourself at home. What is this quite? Mr. Weston about Perry and a carriage. Is Perry going to set up his carriage, Frank? I am glad he can afford it. You had it from himself, had you? No, sir, replied his son, laughing. I seem to have had it from nobody. Very odd. I really was persuaded of Mrs. Weston's having mentioned it in one of her letters to Unscombe many weeks ago with all these particulars. But as she declares, she never heard a syllable of it before. Of course it must have been a dream. I'm a great dreamer. I dream of everybody at Highbury when I'm away, and when I have gone through my particular friends, then I begin dreaming of Mr. and Mrs. Perry. It is odd, though, observed his father, that you should have such a regular, connected dream about people whom it was not very likely you should be thinking of. At Denscombe, Perry setting up his carriage, his wife persuading him to it, out of care for his health. Just what will happen, I have no doubt, sometime or other, only a little premature. What an air of probability sometimes runs through a dream, and at others, what a heap of absurd it is. It is well, Frank, your dream certainly shows that hybrid is in your thoughts when you are absent. Emma, you're a great dreamer, I think. Emma was out of hearing. She had hurried on before her guests to prepare her father for their appearance, and was beyond the reach of Mr. Weston's hint. Why, to learn the truth, cried Miss Bates, who had been trying in vain to be heard. The last 2 minutes, if I must speak on this subject, there's no denying that Mr. Frank Churchill might have. I do not mean to say that he did not dream it. I'm sure I have, sometimes the oddest dreams in the world. But if I'm questioned about it, I must acknowledge that There was such an idea last spring, for Mrs. Perry herself mentioned it to my mother, and the Coles knew of it as well as ourselves. But it was quite a secret, known to nobody else. And only thought of about 3 days Mrs. Perry was very anxious that he should have a carriage, and came to my mother in great spirits one morning. Because she thought she had prevailed. Jane, don't you remember Grandmama's telling us of it? When we got home, I forget where we had been walking to, very likely to Randall's, yes. I think it was to Randall's. Mrs. Perry was always particularly fond of my mother. Indeed, I do not know who is not, and she had mentioned it to her in confidence. She had no objection to her telling us. Of course, but it was not to go beyond, and from that day to this. I never mentioned it to a soul that I know of. At the same time, I will not positively answer for my having never dropped a hint, because I know I do sometimes pop out a thing. Before I'm aware I am a talker. You know I am rather a talker. And now and then I have let a thing escape me. Which I should not. I am not like Jane. I wish I were. I will answer for it. She never betrayed the least thing in the world. Where is she? Oh. Just behind. Perfectly remember Mrs. Perry's coming. Extraordinary dream indeed. They were entering the hall. Mr. Knightley's eyes had preceded Miss Bates in a glance of Jane from Frank Churchill's face, where he thought he saw confusion. Suppressed or laughed away. He had involuntarily turned to hers. But she was indeed behind, and too busy with her shore. Mr. Weston had walked in. The 2 other gentlemen waited at the door to let her pass. Mr. Knightley suspected in Frank Churchill the determination of catching her eye. He seemed watching her intently. In vain, however. If it was so, Jane passed between them into the hall and looked at neither. There was no time for further remark or explanation. The dream must be borne with, and Mr. Knight must take his seat with the rest round the large modern circular table which Emma had introduced at Hartfield, and which none but Emma could have had the power to place there and persuade her father to use, instead of the small-sized Pembroke, on which 2 of his daily meals had for 40 years been crowded. Tea passed pleasantly, and nobody seemed in a hurry to move. "Miss Woodhouse," said Frank Churchill, after examining a table behind him, which he could reach as he sat, "have your nephews taken away their alphabets, their box of letters it used to stand here? Where is it? This is a sort of dull-looking evening. That ought to be treated rather as winter than summer. We had great amusement with those letters one morning. I want to puzzle you again." Emma was pleased with the thought, and producing the box, the table was quickly scattered over with alphabets, which no one seems so much disposed to employ as their 2 selves. They were rapidly forming words for each other, or for anybody else who would be puzzled. The quietness of the game made it particularly illegible for Mr. Woodhouse, who had often been distressed by the more animated sort, which Mr. Weston had occasionally introduced, and who now sat happily occupied in lamenting with tender melancholy over the departure of the poor little boys, or in fondly pointing out as he took up any stray letter near him how beautifully Emma had written it. Frank Churchill placed a word before Miss Fairfax. She gave a slight glance around the table and applied herself to it. Frank was next to Emma, Jane opposite them, and Mr. Knightley so placed as to see them all, and it was his object to see as much as he could, with as little apparent observation. The word was discovered, and with a faint smile, pushed away, if meant to be immediately mixed with the others, and buried from sight. She should have looked on the table, instead of looking just across. That it was not mixed, and Harriet, eager after every fresh word and finding out none directly, took it up and fell to work. She was sitting by Mr. Knightley, and turned to him for help. The word was blunder, and as Harriet exultingly proclaimed it, there was a blush on Jane's cheek, which gave it a meaning not otherwise ostensible. Mr. Knightley connected it with the dream, But how it could all be was beyond his comprehension. How the delicacy, the discretion of his favorite could have been, so laying asleep. He feared there must be some decided involvement. Disingenuousness and double-dealing seemed to meet him at every turn. These letters were but a vehicle for gallantry and trick. It was a child's play chosen to conceal a deeper game. On Frank Churchill's part, with great indignation. Did he continue to observe him with great alarm and distrust, to observe also his two blinded companions? He saw a short word prepared for Emma and given to her. With a look sly and demure, he saw that Emma had soon made it out, and found it highly entertaining, though it was something which she judged it proper to appear to censure for. She said nonsense for shame. He heard Frank Churchill next say with a glance towards Jane, I will give it to her, shall I? And as clearly heard Emma opposing it with eager, laughing warmth. No, you must not. You shall not indeed. It was done, however. This gallant young man, who seemed to love without feeling, and to recommend himself without complacence, directly handed over the word to Miss Fairfax, and with a particular degree of sedate civility, and treated her to study it. Mr. Knightley's excessive curiosity to know what this word might be made him seize every possible moment for darting his eye towards it, and it was not long before he saw it to be Dixon. Jane Fairfax's perception seemed to accompany his. Her comprehension was certainly more equal to the covert meaning, the superior intelligence, of those 5 letters so arranged. She was evidently displeased, looked up, seeing herself watched, blushed more deeply than he had ever perceived her, and saying only, I did not know that proper names were allowed, pushed away the letters with even an angry spirit, and looked resolved to be engaged by no other word that could be offered. Her face was averted from those who had made the attack, and turned towards her aunt. "I very true, my dear," cried the latter, though Jane had not spoken a word. "I was just going to say the same thing. It is time for us be going. Indeed, the evening is closing in, and Grandma will be looking for us, my dear sir. You are too obliging. We really must wish you good night." Jane's alertness in moving proved her as ready as her aunt had preconceived. She was immediately up and wanting to quit the table, but so many were also moving that she could not get away, and Mr. Knightley thought he saw another collection of letters anxiously pushed towards her, and resolutely swept away by her unexamined. She was afterwards looking for her shore. Frank Churchill was looking also. It was glowing dusk, and the room was in confusion, and how they parted Mr. Knightley could not tell. He remained at Hartfield after all the rest, his thoughts full of what he had seen, so full that, when the candles came to assist his observations, he must, yes, he certainly must, as a friend, an anxious friend, give Emma some hint, ask her some question. He could not see her in a situation of such danger without trying to preserve her. It was his duty. "Prayer, Emma," said he. "May I ask in what lay the great amusement, the poignant sting of the last word, given to you in as Fairfax? I saw the word, and I'm curious to know how it could be so very entertaining to the one, and so very distressing to the other." Emma was extremely confused. She could not endure to give him the true explanation, for though her suspicions were by no means removed, she was really ashamed of having ever imparted them. "Oh," she cried in evident embarrassment, "it all meant nothing. I met a joke among ourselves." "The joke," he replied gravely, "seemed confined to you and Mr. Churchill." He had hoped she would speak again, but she did not. She would rather busy herself about anything than speak. He sat a while in doubt. A variety of evils crossed his mind. Interference, fruitless interference, Emma's confusion, and the acknowledged intimacy seemed to declare her affection engaged, yet he would speak. He owed it to her to risk anything that might be involved in an unwelcome interference, rather than her welfare to encounter anything rather than the remembrance of neglect in such a cause. "My dear Emma," said he at last, with earnest kindness, "do you think you perfectly understand the degree of acquaintance between the gentleman and lady we have been speaking of, between Mr. Frank Churchill and Miss Fairfax?" "Oh yes, perfectly. Why'd you make it out of it? Have you never at any time had reason to think that he admired her, or that she admired him?" "Never, never," she cried with the most open eagerness. "Never for the 20th part of a moment did such an idea occur to me, and how could it possibly come into your head? I have lately imagined that I saw symptoms of attachment between them, certain expressive looks, which I did not believe meant to be public. Oh, you amuse me excessively. I am delighted to find that you can vote safe, to let your imagination wander, but it will not do. Very sorry to check you in your first essay, but indeed it will not do. There is no admiration between them, I do assure you, and the appearances which have caught you have arisen from some peculiar circumstances, feelings rather of a totally different nature. It is impossible exactly to explain. There's a good deal of nonsense in it, but the part which is capable of being communicated, which is sense, is that they are far from any attachment or admiration for one another, as any two beings in the world can be. That is, I presume it to be so on her side, and I can answer for its being so on his. I will answer for the gentleman's indifference." She spoke with the confidence which staggered, with a satisfaction which silenced Mr. Knightley. She was in gay spirits, and would have prolonged the conversation, wanting to hear the particulars of his suspicions, every look described, and all the wheres and howers of a circumstance, which highly entertained her. But his gravity did not meet hers. He found he could not be useful, and his feelings were too much irritated for talking, that he might not be irritated into an absolute fever by the fire which Mr. Woodhouse's tender habits required almost every evening throughout the year. He soon afterwards took a hasty leave and walked home to the coolness and solitude of Donwell Abbey. Chapter 42. After being long fed with hopes of a speedy visit from Mr. and Mrs. Suckling, the hybrid world were obliged to endure the mortification of hearing that they could not possibly come till the autumn. No such importation of novelties could enrich their intellectual stores at present. In the daily interchange of news, they must be again restricted to the other topics with which, for a while, the Sucklings' coming had been united, such as the last accounts of Mrs. Churchill, whose health seemed every day to supply a different report, and the situation of Mrs. Weston, whose happiness, it was to be hoped, might eventually be as much increased by the arrival of a child as that of all her neighbors was by the approach of it. Mrs. Elton was very much disappointed. It was the delay of a great deal of pleasure and parade. Her introductions and recommendations must all wait, and every projected party be still only talked off, so she thought at first. But a little consideration convinced her that everything need not be put off. Why should not they explore to Box Hill? Though the Sucklings did not come, they could go there again with them in the autumn. It was settled that they should go to Box Hill. That there was to be such a party had been long generally known. It had even given the idea of another. Emma had never been to Box Hill. She wished to see what everybody found so well worth seeing, and she and Mr. Weston had agreed to choose some fine morning and drive there. 2 or 3 more of the chosen only would be admitted to join them, and it was to be done in a quiet, unpretending, elegant way, infinitely superior to the bustle in preparation, the regular eating and drinking, and picnic parade of the Eltons and the Sucklings. This was so very well understood between them that Emma could not but feel some surprise and a little displeasure on hearing from Mr. Weston that he had been proposing to Mrs. Elton as her brother and sister had failed her, that the two parties should unite and go together, and that as Mrs. Elton had very readily acceded to it, so it was to be if she had no objection now, as her objection was nothing but her very great dislike of Mrs. Elton, of which Mr. Weston must already be perfectly aware. It was not worth bringing forward again. It could not be done without her approved to him, which would be giving pain to his wife, and she found herself, therefore, obliged to consent to an arrangement which she would have done a great deal to avoid, an arrangement which would probably expose her, even to the degradation of being said to be of Mrs. Elton's party. Every feeling was offended, and the forbearance of her outward submission left a burdensome arrear, due of secret severity in her reflections on the unmanageable goodwill of Mr. Weston's temper. "I'm glad you approve of what I have done," said he very comfortably, "but I thought you would. Such schemes as these are nothing without numbers. One cannot have to larger party. A large party secures its own amusements. And she is a good naked woman after all. One could not leave her out." Emma denied none of it aloud, and agreed to none of it in private. It was now the middle of June, and the weather fine, and Mrs. Elton was growing impatient. Name the day and settle with Mr. Weston, as to pigeon pies and cold lamb. When a lame carriage horse threw everything into sad uncertainty, it might be weeks, it might only be a few days, before the horse were usable. But no preparations could be ventured on, and it was all melancholy stagnation. Mrs. Elton's resources were inadequate to such an attack. "Is not this most vexatious?" nightly she cried in such weather for exploring. "These delays and disappointments are quite obvious. What are we to do? The year will wear away at this rate, and nothing done. Before this time last year, I assure you we had a delightful exploring party. From Maple Grove to King's Western, you had better explore to Dunwell," replied Mr. Knightley. "That may be done without horses. Come and eat my strawberries, they are rippling fast." If Mr. Knightley did not begin seriously, he was obliged to proceed, so that his proposal was caught out with delight. And the "I should like it of all things" was not plainer in words than in manner. Donwell was famous for its strawberry beds, which seemed to plea for the invitation, but no plea was necessary. Cabbage beds would have been enough to tempt the lady, who only wanted to be going somewhere. She promised him again and again to come, much often than he doubted, and was extremely gratified by such a proof of intimacy, such a distinguishing compliment. As she chose to consider it, "You may depend upon it," said she. "I certainly will come. Name your day, and I will come. You will allow me to bring Jane Fairfax. I cannot name a day, said he, till I have spoken to some others, whom I would wish to meet you. Oh, leave all that to me, only give me a carte blanche. I am Lady Patchless, you know. It is my party. I will bring friends with me. I hope you will bring Elton," said he, "but I will not trouble you to give any other invitations. Oh, now you are looking very sly, but consider, you need not be afraid of delegating power to me. I'm no young lady on her preferment. Married women, you know, may be safely authorized. It is my party. Leave it all to me. I will invite your guests." "No," he calmly replied. "There is but one married woman in the world whom I can ever allow to invite what guest she pleases to damn well, and that one is Mrs. Weston." "I suppose," interrupted Mrs. Elton, rather mortified. "Number Mrs. Knightley. Until she is in being, I will manage such matters myself." "Ah, you are an odd creature," she cried, satisfied to have no one preferred to herself. "You are a humorist, and they say what you like." "Quite a humorist. Well, I shall bring Jane with me. Jane and her aunt, the rest I leave to you. I have no objections at all to meeting the Hartfield family. Don't scruple, I know you are attached to them. You certainly will meet them if I can prevail. And I shall call on Miss Bates in my way home. That's quite unnecessary. I see Jane every day. But as you like it is to be a morning scheme, you know, Knightley. Quite a simple thing. I shall wear a large bonnet and bring one of my little baskets hanging on my arm here. Probably this basket with pink ribbon. Nothing can be more simple. You see, and Jane will have such another. There's be no form or parade. A sort of gypsy party. We are to walk about your garden and gather the strawberries ourselves and sit under trees. And whatever else you may like to provide. It is to be all out of doors, a table spread in the shade. You know, everything as natural and simple as possible. Is not that your idea? Not quite my idea of the simple and the natural. Be to have the table spread in the dining room. The nature of the simplicity of gentlemen and ladies, with their servants and furniture, I think is best observed by meals within doors. When you are tired of eating strawberries in the garden, there shall be cold meat in the house. Well, as you please, only don't have a grate set out. And by the by, can I or my housekeeper be of any use to you with our opinion? Baby Sincere Knightley. If you wish me to talk to Mrs. Hodges or to inspect anything, I have not the least wish for it. I thank you well. But if any difficulty should arise, my housekeeper is extremely clever. I will answer it, that mine thinks herself full as clever, and would spurn anybody's assistance. I wish we had a donkey. The thing would be for us to all come on donkeys, Jane, Miss Bates, and me, and my Cato special walking by. I really must talk to him about purchasing a donkey. In a country life, I conceive it to be a sort of necessary for. Let a woman have ever so many resources, it is not possible for her to be always shut up at home. And very long walks, you know. In summer there is dust, and in winter there is dirt. You will not find either between Donwell and Highbury. Donwell Lane is never dusty, and now it is perfectly dry. Come on a donkey, however, if you prefer it. You can borrow Mrs. Cole's. I would wish everything to be as much to your taste as possible, that I am sure you would indeed. I do you justice, my good friend, under that peculiar sort of dry, blunt manner. I know you have the warmest heart. As I tell Mr. E, you are a thorough humorist. Yes, believe me, Knightley, I am fully sensible of your attention to me. And the whole of this scheme, you have hit upon the very thing to please me. Mr. Knightley had another reason for avoiding a table. In the shade he wished to persuade Mr. Woodhouse, as well as Emma, to join the party. And he knew that to have any of them sitting down out of doors to eat would inevitably make him ill. Mr. Woodhouse must not, under the speechless pretense of a morning drive and an hour or two spent at Donwell, be tempted away to his misery. He was invited on good faith. No lurking horrors were to upbraid him for his easy credulity. He did consent. He had not been at Donwell for 2 years. Some very fine morning, he and Emma and Harriet could go very well, and he could sit still with Mrs. Weston while the dear girls walked about the gardens. He did not suppose they could be damp, now in the middle of the day. He would like to see the old house again exceedingly, and should be very cheerful to meet Mr. and Mrs. Elton and any other of his neighbors. He cannot see any objection at all to his and Emma's and Harriet's going there. Some very fine morning he's also very well done, Mr. Knightley, to invite them. Very kind and sensible, much cleverer than dining out. He was not fond of dining out. Mr. Knightley was fortunate in everybody's most ready concurrence. The invitation was everywhere so well received that it seemed as if, like Mrs. Elton, they were all taking the scheme as a particular compliment to themselves. Emma and Harry had professed very high expectations of pleasure from it, and Mr. Weston, unasked, promised to get Frank over to join them if possible, a proof of approbation and gratitude which could have been dispensed with. Mr. Knightley was then obliged to say that he should be glad to see him, and Mr. Weston engaged to lose no time in writing and spare no arguments to induce him to come. In the meanwhile, the lame horse recovered, so fast that the party to Box Hill was again under content consideration, and at last done well. Was settled for one day and Box Hill for the next, the weather appearing exactly right, under a bright midday sun at almost midsummer. Mr. Woodhouse was safely conveyed in his carriage, with one window down, to partake of this alfresco party, and in one of the most comfortable rooms in the Abbey, especially prepared for him by a fire all the morning. He was happily placed quite at his ease, ready to talk with pleasure of what had been achieved, and advise everybody to come and sit down, and not to heat themselves. Mrs. Weston, who seemed to have walked there on purpose, to be tired and sit all the time with him, remained when all the others were invited, or persuaded out his patient listener and sympathizer. It was so long since Emma had been at the Abbey, that, as soon as she was satisfied of her father's comfort, she was glad to leave him and look around her, eager to refresh and correct her memory with more particular observation and more exact understanding of a house and grounds, which must be ever so interesting to her and all her family. She felt all the honest pride and complacency which her alliance with the present and future proprietor could fairly warrant. She viewed the respectable size and style of the building, its suitable becoming characteristic situation, low and sheltered, its ample garden stretching down to meadows, washed by a stream of which the Abbey, with all the old neglect of prospect, had scarcely a sight, and its abundance of timber in rows and avenues, which neither fashion nor extravagance had rooted up. The house was larger than Hartfield, and totally unlike it, covering a good deal of ground, rambling and irregular, with many comfortable and one or two handsome rooms. It was just what it ought to be, and it looked what it was, and Emma felt an increasing respect for it, as the residence of a family of such true gentility, untainted in blood and understanding. Some faults of temper John Knightley had, but Isabella had connect herself unexceptionably. She'd given them neither men nor names, nor places that could raise the blush. These were pleasant feelings, and she walked about and indulged them till it was necessary to do as the others did, and collect round the strawberry beds. The whole party were assembled, excepting Frank Churchill, who was expected every moment from Richmond, and Mrs. Elton, in all her apparatus of happiness, her large bonnet and her basket, was very ready to lead the way in gathering, accepting or talking strawberries, and only strawberries could now be thought, or spoken off, the best fruit in England, everybody's favorite, always wholesome. These the finest birds and finest sorts, delightful together for oneself, the only way of really enjoying them. Morning decidedly the best time. Never tired, every sort good. Hope Boy infinitely superior. No comparison, the others hardly eatable. Hope Boy's various gas, chili preferred white wood. Finest flavor of all price of strawberries in London. Abundance about Bristol. Maple Grove cultivation beds when to be renewed. Gardeners thinking exactly different, no general rule. Gardeners never to be put out of their way. Delicious fruit only to it to be eaten. Much of inferior to cherries. Carrots more refreshing. Only objection to gathering strawberries, the stooping. Glaring sun tart to death, could bear it no longer. Must go and sit in the shade, such for half an hour. Was the conversation interrupted only once by Mrs. Weston, who came out in her solicitude after her son-in-law, to inquire if he would come, and she was a little uneasy. She has some fears of his horse. Seeds tolerably in the shade were found. And now Emma was obliged to overhear what Mrs. Elton and Jane Fairfax were talking of. A situation, a most desirable situation, wasn't question. Mrs. Elton had received notice of it that morning, and was in raptures. It was not with Mrs. Suckling, it was not with Mrs. Bragg, but in felicity and splendor. It fell short only of them. It was with a cousin of Mrs. Bragg, an acquaintance of Mrs. Suckling, a lady known at Maple Grove, delightful. Charming, superior, first circles, spheres, lines, ranks. Everything, and Mrs. Elton was wild to have the offer closed. With immediately on her side, all was warmth, energy, and triumph, as she positively refused to take her friend's negative, though Miss Fairfax continued to assure her that she would not, at present, engage in anything repeating the same motors, which she had been heard to urge before. Still, Mrs. Elton insisted on being authorized to write, an acquiescence by the morrow's post. How Jane could bear it all was astonishing to Emma. She did look facts, she did speak pointedly, and at last, with a decision of action unusual to her, proposed a removal should they not walk. Would not Mr. Knight to show them the gardens, all the gardens she wished to see. The whole extent, the pertinacity of her friend, seemed more than she could bear. It was hot, and after walking some time over the gardens, in a scattered, dispersed way, scarcely any three together, they insensibly followed one another to the delicious shade of a broad, short avenue of limes which, stretching beyond the garden, at an equal distance from the river, seemed the finish of the pleasure grounds. It led to nothing, but a view at the end of a low stone wall, with high pillars which seemed intended in their erection to give the appearance of an approach to the house, which never had been there. Disputable, however, as might be the taste of such a termination, it was in itself a charming walk, and the view which closed it extremely pretty. The considerable slope, at nearly the foot of which the abbey stood, gradually acquired a steeper form beyond its grounds, and at half a mile distant was a bank of considerable abruptness and grandeur, well clothed with wood, and at the bottom of this bank, favorably placed and sheltered, rose the Abbey Mill Farm with meadows in front, and the river making a close and handsome curve around it. It was a sweet view, sweet to the eye and the mind. English verdure, English culture, English comfort seen under a sun, bright without being oppressive. In this walk, Emma and Mr. Weston found all the others assembled, and towards this view she immediately perceived Mr. Knightley and Harriet, distinct from the rest, quietly leading the way. Mr. Knightley and Harriet, it was an odd tete, but she was glad to see it. There had been a time when he would have scorned her as company and turned from her with little ceremony. Now they seemed in pleasant conversation. There have been a time also when Emma would have been sorry to see Harriet in a spot so favorable for the Abbey Mill Farm, but now she feared it not. It might be safely viewed, with all its appendages of prosperity and beauty, its rich pastures, spreading flocks, orchard in blossom, and light column of smoke ascending. She joined them at the wall, and found them more engaged in talking than in looking around. He was giving Harriet information as to modes of agriculture, etc., and Emma received a smile, which seemed to say, "These are my own concerns. I have a right to talk on such subjects without being suspected of introducing Robert Martin." She did not suspect him, it was too old a story. Robert Martin had probably ceased to think of Harriet. They took a few turns together along the walk. The shade was most refreshing, and Emma found it the pleasantest part of the day. The next remove was to the house. They must all go in and eat, and they were all seated and busy and still. Frank Churchill did not come. Mrs. Weston looked and looked in vain. His father would not own himself, uneasy, and laughed at her fears, but she could not be cured of wishing that he would part with his black mare. He had certainly expressed himself as coming with more than common certainty. His aunt was so much better that he had not a doubt of getting over to them. Mrs. Churchill's state, however, as many were ready to remind her, was as liable to such sudden variation as might disappoint her nephew in the most reasonable dependence, and Mrs. Weston was at last persuaded to believe, or to say, that it must be some attack of Mrs. Churchill that he was prevented coming, Emma looked at Harriet. While the point was under consideration, she behaved very well and betrayed no emotion. The colder past was over, and the party were to go out once more, to see what had not yet been seen, the old Abbey fish ponds. Perhaps get as far as the clover, which was to be begun cutting on the morrow, or at any rate, have the pleasure of being hot and growing cool again. Mr. Woodhouse, who had already taken his little round in the highest part of the grounds, where no dams from the river were imagined even by him, stirred no more, and his daughter resolved to remain with him, that Mrs. Weston might be persuaded away by her husband to the exercise and variety which her spirit seemed to need. Mr. Knightley had done all in his power for Mr. Woodhouse's entertainment. Books of engravings, drawers of medals, cameos, corals, shells, and every other family collection within his cabinets had been prepared for his old friend to while away. The mourning and the kindness had perfectly answered. Mr. Woodhouse had been exceedingly well amused, and Mrs. Weston had been showing them all to him, and now he would show them all to Emma, fortunate in having no other resemblance to a child than in a total want of taste for what he saw, that he was slow, constant, and methodical. Before the second looking over was begun, however, Emma walked into the hall for the sake of a few moments, free observation of the entrance and ground plot of the house, and was hardly there when Jane Fairfax appeared, coming quickly in from the garden and with a look of escape. Little expecting to meet Miss Woodhouse so soon, there was a start at first, but Miss Woodhouse was the very person she was in quest of. "Will you be so kind," said she, "when I am missed, as to say that I am gone home? I'm going this moment. My aunt is not aware how late it is, nor how long we have been absent. But I'm sure we shall be wanted. I am determined to go directly. I have said nothing about it to anybody. It would only be giving trouble and distress. Some are gone to the ponds and some to the lime oak. Till they all come in I shall not be missed, and when they do, will you have the goodness to say that I am gone? Certainly, if you wish it. But you're not going to walk to Highbury alone. Yes, what should it hurt me? I walk fast, I shall be home in 20 minutes. But it is too far indeed. It is to be walking quite alone. Let my father's servant go with you. Let me order the carriage. It can be round in 5 minutes. Thank you, thank you. But on no account I would rather walk, and for me to be afraid of walking alone, I who may so soon have to guard others." She spoke with great agitation, and Emma very feelingly replied, "That can be no reason for being exposed to danger. Now I must order the carriage. The heat even would be danger." "You are fatigued already, I am," she answered. "I am fatigued, but it is not the sort of fatigue. Quick walking will refresh me. Miss Woodhouse, we all know at times what it is to be. Were it in spirits mine, I confess, are exhausted. The greatest kindness you can show me will be to let me have my own way, and only say that I am gone when it is necessary." Emma had not another word to oppose. She saw it all, and entering into her feelings, promoted her quitting the house immediately, and watched her safely off with the zeal of a friend. Her parting look was grateful, and her parting words, "Oh, Miss Woodhouse, the comfort of being sometimes alone," seemed to burst from an overcharged heart, and to describe somewhat of the continual endurance to be practiced by her, even towards some of those who loved her best. "Such a home indeed, such an aunt," said Emma as she turned back into the hall again. "I do pity you, and the more sensibility you betray of their just horrors, the more I shall like you." Jane had not been gone a quarter of an hour, and they had only accomplished some views of St. Mark's Place, Venice, when Frank Churchill entered the room. Emma had not been thinking of him. She had neglected to think of him. But she was very glad to see him. Mrs. Weston would be at ease. The Black Mare was blameless. They were right, would name Mrs. Churchill as the cause. He had been detained by a temporary increase of illness, in her a nervous seizure which had lasted some hours, and he had quite given up every thought of coming. Till very late, and had he known how hot a ride he should have, and how late with all his hurry he must be, he believed he should not have come at all. The heat was excessive. He had never suffered anything like it. Almost wished he had stayed at home. Nothing killed him like heat. He could bear any degree of cold, etc., but heat was intolerable, and he sat down, at the greatest possible distance from the slight remains of Mr. Woodhouse's fire. "Looking very deplorable, you will soon be cooler if you sit still," said Emma. "As soon as I am cooler I shall go back home again. I could very ill be spared, but such a point have been made of my coming. You will all be going soon, I suppose the whole party breaking up. I met one as I came, madness in such way. Absolute madness." Emma listened and looked, and soon perceived that Frank Churchill's state might be best defined by the expressive phrase of being out of humor. Some people were always crossed when they were hot. Such might be his constitution, and as she knew that, eating and drinking were often the cure of such incidental complaints, she recommended his taking some refreshment. He would find abundance of everything in the dining room, and she humanely pointed out the door. No, he should not eat. He was not hungry. It would only make him hotter in 2 minutes. However, he relented in his own favor, and muttering something about spruce beer, walked off. Emma returned all her attention to her father, saying in secret, "I am glad I have done being in love with him. I should not. Like a man who is so soon as composed by a hot morning. Harriet's sweet, easy temper will not mind it." He was gone, long enough to have had a very comfortable meal, and came back all the better, grown quite cool and with good manners like himself, able to draw a chair close to them, take an interest in their employment, and regret in a reasonable way that he should be so late. He was not in the best spirits, but seemed trying to improve them, and at last made himself talk nonsense very agreeably. They were looking over views in Switzerland. "As soon as my aunt gets well, I should go abroad city. I should never be easy to have seen some of these places. You will have my sketches some time or other to look at, or my tour to read, or my poem. I should do something to expose myself, that may be, but not by sketches of Switzerland. You will never go to Switzerland. Your uncle and aunt will never allow you to leave England. They may be induced to go to a warm climate, may be prescribed for her. I have more than half an expectation of our all going abroad, I assure you. I feel a strong persuasion this morning that I shall soon be abroad. I ought to travel. I'm tired of doing nothing. I want a change. I'm serious. Miss Waters, whatever your penetrating eyes may fancy, I am sick of England, and would leave it tomorrow if I could. You are sick of prosperity and indulgence. Cannot you invent a few hardships yourself, and be content to stay? I seek of prosperity and indulgence. You are quite mistaken. I do not look upon myself as either prosperous or indulged. I am thwarted in everything material. I do not consider myself at all a fortunate person. You are not quite so miserable, though, as when you first came. Go and eat and drink a little more, and you will do very well. Another slice of cold meat, another draught of Madeira and water, will make you nearly on a par with the rest of us. No, I shall not stir. I shall sit by you. You are my best cure. We're going to Box Hill tomorrow. You will join us. It is not Switzerland, but it will be something. For a young man so much in want of a change, you will stay and go with us. No, certainly not. I shall go home in the cool of the evening, but you may come again in the cool of tomorrow morning. No, it will not be worthwhile if I come. I shall be cross then. Pray, stay at Richmond, but if I do, I should be crosser still. I can never bear to think of you all here without me. These are difficulties which you must settle for yourself. Choose your own degree of crossness. I shall press you no more." The rest of the party were now returning, and were all soon collected. With some, there was great joy at the sight of Frank Churchill. Others took it very composedly. But there was a very general distress and disturbance. On Miss Fairfax's disappearance, being explained that it was time for everybody to go, concluded the subject, and with a short, final arrangement for the next day scheme they parted. Frank Churchill's little inclination to exclude himself increased so much that his last words to Emma were, "Well, if you wish me to stay and join the party, I will." She smiled her acceptance. And nothing less than a summons from Richmond was to take him back before the following evening. Chapter 43. They had a very fine day for Box Hill, and all the other outward circumstances of arrangement, accommodation, and punctuality were in favor of a pleasant party. Mr. Weston directed the whole, officiating safely between Hartfield and the vicarage, and everybody was in good time. Emma and Harriet went together. Miss Bates and her niece with the Eltons. The gentleman on horseback, Mrs. Weston, remained with Mr. Woodhouse. Nothing was wanting but to be content when they got there. 7 miles were traveled in the expectation of enjoyment, and everybody had a burst of admiration on first arriving, but in the general amount of the day, there was deficiency. There was a longo want of spirits, a want of union which could not be got over. They separated too much into parties. The Eltons walked together. Mr. Knightley took charge of Miss Bates and Jane, and Emma and Harriet belonged to Frank Churchill. And Mr. Weston tried in vain to make them harmonize better. It seemed at first an accidental division, but it never materially varied. Mr. and Mrs. Elton, indeed, showed no unwillingness to make some be as agreeable as they could, but during the whole 2 hours that were spent on the hill, there seemed a principle of separation between the other parties, too strong for any fine prospects, or any cold collation, or any cheerful Mr. Western to remove. At first it was downright dullness to Emma. She'd never seen Frank Churchill so silent and stupid. He said nothing worth hearing, looked without seeing, admired without intelligence, listened without knowing what she said. While he was so dull, it was no wonder that Harriet should be dull likewise. And they were both insufferable. When they all sat down, it was better. To her taste, a great deal better. For Frank Churchill grew talkative and gay, making her his first object. Every distinguishing attention that could be paid was paid to her to amuse her, and the agreeable in her eyes seemed all that he cared for. And Emma, glad to be alive and not sorry to be flattered, was gay and easy too, and gave him all the friendly encouragement, the admission to be gallant, which she had ever given in the first and most animating period of their acquaintance, but which now in her own estimation meant nothing, though in the judgment of most people looking on, it must have had such an appearance as no English word but flirtation could very well describe. Mr. Frank Churchill and Miss Woodhouse flirted together excessively. They were laying themselves open to that very phrase, and having it sent off in a letter to Maple Grove, by one lady to Ireland by another. Not that Emma was gay and thoughtless from any real felicity. It was rather because she felt less joyful than she had expected. She laughed because she was disappointed, and though she liked him for his attentions, and thought them all, whether in friendship, admiration, or playfulness, extremely judicious, they were not winning back her heart. She still intended him for her friend. "How much I am obliged to you," said he, "for telling me to come today. If it had not been for you, I should certainly have lost all the happiness of this party. I had quite determined to go away again. Yes, you were very cross, and I do not know what about. Except that you were too late for the best strawberries. I was a kind of friend than you deserved. But you were humble. You begged hard to be commanded to come. Don't say I was cross, I was fatigued. The heat overcame me, it is hotter today. Not to my feelings, I'm perfectly comfortable today. You are comfortable because you are under command. Your command, yes, perhaps I intended you to say so. But I meant self-command. You had somehow rather broken bounds yesterday and run away from your own management. But today you are back again, as I cannot always be with you. It is best to believe your temper and your own command. Rather than mine, it comes to the same thing. I can have no self-command without a motive. You order me whether you speak or not. And you can be always with me. You are always with me. Dating from 3 o'clock yesterday. My perpetual influence could not begin earlier, or you would not have been so much out of humor. Before 3 o'clock yesterday, that is your date. I thought I'd seen you first in February. Your gallantry is really unanswerable. But lowering her voice, nobody speaks except ourselves. And it is rather too much to be talking nonsense for the entertainment of 7 silent people. I say nothing of which I am ashamed, reply T with lively impedance. I saw you first in February, that everybody on the hill hear me. If they can let my accent swell, to Mickleham on one side and Dorking on the other. I saw you first in February, and then whispering. Our companions are excessively stupid. What shall we do to rouse them? Any nonsense will serve, they shall talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I am ordered by Miss Woodhouse, who wherever she is presides, to say that she desires to know what you are all thinking of. Some laughed and answered good-humouredly. Miss Bates had a great deal, and Mrs. Elton swelled the idea of Miss Woodhouse's presiding. Mr. Knightley's answer was the most distinct. Is Miss Woodhouse sure that she would like to hear what we are all thinking of? Oh no, no, cried Emma, laughing as carelessly she could. Upon no account in the world. It is the very last thing I will stand the brunt of. Just now let me hear anything, rather than what you are all thinking of. I will not say quite all, there are 1 or 2, perhaps glancing Mr. Weston and Harriet, whose thoughts I might not be afraid of knowing. It is a sort of thing, right, Mrs. Elton emphatically, which I should not have thought myself privileged to inquire into, though perhaps as the chaperone of the party. I never was in any circle exploring parties. Young ladies married women. Her much rings were chiefly to her husband. And he murmured in reply, very true, my love, very true exactly. So indeed quite unheard of, but some ladies say anything, better pass it off as a joke. Everybody knows what is due to you. It will not do, whispered Frank to Emma. They are most of them affronted. I will attack them with more address. Ladies and gentlemen, I am ordered by Miss Woodhouse to say that she waives her right of knowing exactly what you may, or be thinking of her, and only requires something very entertaining from each of you in a general way. Here are 7 of you besides myself, who she is pleased to say I'm very entertaining already, and she only demands from each of you either one thing very clever, be it prose or verse, original or repeated, or 2 things moderately clever, or 3 things very dull indeed. And she engages to laugh harshly at them all. Oh, very well, exclaimed Miss Bates, that I need not be uneasy. 3 things very dull indeed, that will just do for me, you know. I shall be sure to say 3 dull things as soon as I ever open my mouth. Aren't I looking around with the most good humor? Dependence on everybody's assent. Do not you think I shall? Emma could not resist. There may be a difficulty, pardon me, but you will be limited as to number only 3 at once. Miss Bates, deceived by the mock ceremony of her manner, did not immediately catch her meaning, but when it burst on her it could not anger. There was slight blush show that it could pain her. "Ah well, to be sure, yes. I see what you means," turning to Mr. Knightley. "I will try to hold my tongue. I must make myself very disagreeable." Or she would not have said such a thing. To an old friend, "I like your plan," cry Mr. Weston. "Agreed." "Agreed, I will do my best. I am making a conundrum. How will a conundrum reckon?" "Low, I'm afraid, sir." "Very low," answered his son. "But we shall be indulgent, especially to anyone who leads the way." "No, no," said Emma, "it will not reckon low. A conundrum of Mr. Weston shall clear him. And his next neighbor come, sir. Pray let me hear it." "I doubt it's being very clever myself," said Mr. Weston. "It is too much a matter of fact, but here it is. What two letters of the alphabet are there that express perfection? What two letters express perfection? I'm sure I do not know. You will never guess. You do, Emma. I am certain will never guess. I will tell you, Emma. Do you understand?" Understanding and gratification came together. It might be a very indifferent piece of wit, but Emma found a great deal to laugh at and enjoy in it, and so did Frank and Harriet. It did not seem to touch the rest of the party equally. Sam looked very stupid about it, and Mr. Knightley gravely said, "This explains the sort of clever thing that is wanted. And Mr. Weston has done very well for himself, but he must have knocked up everybody else. Perfection should not have come quite so soon. Oh, for myself, I protest I must be excused," said Mrs. Elton. "I really cannot attempt. I am not at all fond of this sort of thing. I had an acrostic once sent me upon my own name, which I was not at all pleased with. I knew who it came from, an abominable puppy. You know who I mean," nodding to her husband. "These kind of things are very well at Christmas, when one is sitting around the fire, but quite out of place in my opinion, when one is exploring about the country, in summer." "Miss Woodhouse must excuse me. I'm not one of those who have witty things. At everybody's service, I do not pretend to be a wit. I have a great deal of the varsity in my own way, but I really must be allowed to judge when to speak and when to hold my tongue. Pass us, if you please, Mr. Churchill, past Mr. E. Knightley. Jane and myself, we have nothing clever to say, not one of us. Yes, yes, pray past me," added her husband with a sort of sneering consciousness. "I have nothing to say that can entertain Miss Woodhouse or any other young lady. An old married man quite good for nothing. Shall we walk, Augusta? With all my heart. I'm really tired of exploring so long on one spot. Come, Jane, take my other arm." Jane declined it, however, and the husband and wife walked off. "Joyful couple," said Frank Churchill, as soon as they were out of hearing. "How well they suit one another. Very lucky marrying as they did. Upon an acquaintance formed only in a public place, they only knew each other. One think a few weeks and Bath, peculiarly lucky. And as to any real knowledge of a person's disposition, that Bath or any public place can give, it is all nothing. There can be no knowledge. It is only by seeing women in their own homes, among their own set just as they always are, that you can inform any just judgment. Short of that, it is all gas and luck, and will generally be ill luck. How many a man has committed himself on a short acquaintance, and rooted all the rest of his life. Miss Fairfax would seldom spoken before, except among her own confederates. Spoke now, such things do occur, undoubtedly. She was stopped by a cough. Frank Churchill turned towards her to listen. "You were speaking," said he gravely. She recovered her voice. "I was only going to observe that, though such unfortunate circumstances do sometimes occur, both to men and women, I cannot imagine them to be very frequent. A hasty, unimprudent attachment may arise, but there is generally time to recover from it. Afterwards, I would be understood to mean that it can only be weak, irresolute characters, whose happiness must be always at the mercy of chance, who will suffer an unfortunate acquaintance to be an inconvenience and oppression forever. He made no answer made. He looked and bowed in submission, and soon afterwards said in a lively tone, "Well, I have so little confidence in my own judgment, that whenever I marry, I hope somebody will choose my wife for me. Will you," turning to Emma, "will you choose a wife for me? I'm sure I should like anybody fixed on by you. You provide for the family." You know, with a smile at his father, "Find somebody for me, I am in no hurry. Adopt her, educate her, and make her like myself. By all means, if you can, very well. I undertake the commission. You shall have a charming wife. She must be very lively and have hazel eyes. I care for nothing else. I shall go abroad for a couple of years, and when I return, I shall come to you for my wife." Remember, Emma was in no danger of forgetting. It was a commission to touch every favorite feeling. Would not Harriet be the very creature described? Hazel eyes accepted. 2 years more might make all that he wished. He might even have Harriet in his thoughts at the moment. Who could say? Referring the education to her seemed to imply it. "Now, Mom." So Jane to her aunt, "Shall we join Mrs. Elton, if you please, my dear?" "With all my heart, I'm quite ready. I was ready to have gone with her. But this will do just as well. We shall soon overtake her. There she is. No, that's somebody else. That's one of the ladies in the Irish car party. Not at all like her. Well, I declare." They walked off, followed in half a minute by Mr. Knightley. Mr. Weston, his son, Emma, and Harriet only remained, and the young man's spirits now rose to a pitch almost unpleasant. Even Emma grew tired at last of flattery and merriment, and wished herself rather walking quietly above with any of the others, or sitting almost alone and quite unattended to, in tranquil observation of the beautiful views beneath her, the appearance of the servants, looking out for them to give notice of the carriages, was a joyful sight, and even the bustle of collecting and preparing to depart, and the solicitude of Mrs. Elton to give her carriage first, were gladly endured in the prospect of the quiet drive home, which was to close the very questionable enjoyments of this day of pleasure. Such another scheme, composed of so many ill-assorted people, she hoped never to be betrayed into again. While waiting for the carriage, she found Mr. Knightley by her side. He looked around as if to see that no one were near, and then said, "Emma, I must once more speak to you as I've been used to do. A privilege rather enjoyed than allowed, perhaps, but I must still use it. I cannot see you acting wrong without a remonstrance. How could you be so unfeeling to Miss Bates? How could you be so insolent in your wit to a woman of her character, age, and situation? Emma, I have not thought it possible." Emma recollected, blushed, was sorry, but tried to laugh it off. "Hey, how could I help saying what I did? Nobody could have helped it. It was not so very bad. I dare say she did not understand me. I assure you she did. She felt your full meaning. She has talked of it since. I wish you could have heard how she talked of it, with what candor and generosity. I wish you could have heard her, honoring your forbearance, in being able to pay her such attentions as she was forever receiving from yourself and your father, when her society must be so awesome." "Oh," cried Emma, "I know there is not a better creature in the world, but you must allow that what is good and what is ridiculous almost unfortunately blended in her. They are blended, Seti, I acknowledge, and was she prosperous, I could allow much of the occasional prevalence of the ridiculous over the good. Were she a woman of fortune, I would leave every harmless absurdities take its chance. I would not quarrel with you for any liberties of manner. Was she your equal in situation? But Emma, consider how far this is from being the case. She is poorer, she has sunk from the comfort she was born to, and if she lived to old age, must probably sink more her situation should secure. Your compassion was badly done indeed. You whom she had known from an infant, whom she had seen grow up, from a period when her notice was an honor, to have you now, in thoughtless spirits and the pride of the moment, laugh at her, humble her, and before her niece too, and before others, many of whom, certainly some, would be entirely guided by your treatment of her. This is not pleasant to you, Emma, and it is very far from pleasant to me. But I will tell you truth while I can, satisfied with proving myself your friend, by very faithful counsel, and trusting that you will sometime or other do me greater justice than you can do now." While they talked, they were advancing towards the carriage. It was ready, and before she could speak again, he had handed her in. He had misinterpreted the feelings, which had kept her face averted and her tongue motionless. They were combined only of anger against herself, mortification, and deep concern. She had not been able to speak, and on entering the carriage, sunk back for a moment overcome, then reproaching herself for having taken no leave, making no acknowledgment, parting in apparent sullenness. She looked out with a voice and hand, eager to show a difference, but it was just too late. He had turned away and the horses were in motion. She continued to look back, but in vain, and soon with what appeared unusual speed. They were halfway down the hill, and everything left far behind. She was vexed beyond what could have been expressed, almost beyond what she could conceal. Never had she felt so agitated. Mortified, grieved at any circumstance in her life, she was most forcibly struck the truth of his representation. There was no denying she felt it at her heart. How could she have been so brutal, so cruel to Miss Bates? How could she have exposed herself to such an opinion in anyone she valued? And how suffer him to leave her without saying one word of gratitude, of concurrence, of common kindness? Time did not compose her as she reflected more. She seemed but to feel it more. She never had been so depressed. Happily, it was not necessary to speak. There was only Harriet, who seemed not in spirits herself, fagged and very willing to be silent, and Emma felt the tears running down her cheeks, almost all the way home, without being at any trouble to check them. Extraordinary as they were, Chapter 44, the wretchedness of a scheme to Box Hill, was in Emma's thoughts all the evening. How it might be considered by the rest of the party, she could not tell. They, and their different homes and their different ways, might be looking back on it with pleasure, but in her view, it was a morning more completely misspent, more totally bare of rational satisfaction at the time, and more to be abhorred in recollection than she had ever passed. A whole evening of backgammon with her father was felicity to it. There indeed lay real pleasure, for there she was, giving up the sweetest hours of the 24 to his comfort, and feeling that, unmerited as might be the degree of his fond affection and confiding esteem, she could not in her general conduct be open to any severe approach. As a daughter she had hoped she was not without a heart. She hopes no one could have said to her, "How could you be so unfeeling to your father?" I will tell you truth while I can. This page should never again, no never. If attention in future could do away with the past, she might hope to be forgiven. She had often been remiss, her conscience told her so. Remiss perhaps more in thought than in fact. Scornful and gracious, but it should be so no more. In the warmth of true contrition, she would call upon her the very next morning, and it should be the beginning on her side of a regular, equal, kindly intercourse. She was just as determined, when the morrow came and went early, that nothing might prevent her. It was not unlikely, she thought, that she might see Mr. Knightley in her way, or perhaps he might come in while she was paying her visit. She had no objection. She would not be ashamed of the appearance of the penitence, so justly and truly hers. Her eyes were towards Dumwell as she walked, but she saw him not. The ladies were all at home. She had never rejoiced to the sound before, nor ever before entered the passage, nor walked up the stairs with any wish of giving pleasure, but in conferring obligation or in deriving it. Except in subsequent ridicule, there was a bustle on her approach. A good deal of moving and talking. She heard Miss Bates' voice. Something was to be done in a hurry. The maid looked frightened and awkward. Hoped she would be pleased to wait a moment, and then ushered her into soon. The aunt and niece seemed. Both escaping into the adjoining room. Jane, she had a distinct glimpse of looking extremely ill, and before the door had shut them out, she heard Miss Bates saying, "Well, my dear, I shall say you are laid down upon the bed, and I'm sure you are ill enough." Poor old Mrs. Bates, civil and humble as usual, looked as if she did not quite understand what was going on. "I'm afraid Jane is not very well," said she, "but I do not know. They tell me she is well. I dare say my daughter will be here presently. Miss Woodhouse, I hope you find a chair. I wish she had not gone. I am very little able. Have you a chair? Mom, do sit where you like. I'm sure she be here presently." Emma seriously hoped she would. She had a moment's fear of Miss Bates keeping away from her. But Miss Bates soon came very cheerful and obliged. But Emma's conscience told her that there was not the same cheerful vulnerability as before, less ease of look and manner. A very friendly inquiry after Miss Fairfax, she hoped, might lead the way to a return of old feelings. The touch seemed immediate. "Ah, Miss Woodhouse, how very kind you are. I suppose you have heard you are come to give us joy. This does not seem much like joy, indeed, in me." Twinkling away a tear or two, "But it will be very trying for us to part with her, after having had her so long, and she has a dreadful headache just now. Writing all the morning such long letters. You know, to be written to Colonel Campbell and Mrs. Dixon, my dear." Said I, "You will blind yourself," for tears were in her eyes perpetually. One cannot wonder why cannot wonder. It is a great change. And though she is amazingly fortunate, such a situation, I suppose, as no young woman before ever met with. On first going out, do not think as ungrateful Miss Woodhouse for such surprising good fortune. Again dispersing her tears, but poor dear soul, if you were to see what a headache she has, when one is in great pain, you know, one cannot feel any blessing quite as it may deserve. She is as low as possible. To look at her, nobody would think how delighted and joyful she is to have secured such a situation. You will excuse her not coming to you. She's not able. She's gone into her own room. I want her to lie down upon the bed." "My dear," said I shall say you are laid upon the bed. But however she is not, she is walking about the room. But now that she has written her letters, she says she will soon be well. She will be extremely sorry to miss seeing you, Miss Woodhouse, but your kindness will excuse her. You are kept waiting at the door." I was quite ashamed. But somehow there was a little bustle, for it so happened that we had not heard the knock. Until you were on the stairs, we did not know anybody was coming. "It is only Mrs. Cole," said I, "depend upon it. Nobody else would come so early." "Well," said she, "it must be born sometime or other, and it may as well be now." But then Patty came in and said, "It was you." "Oh," said I, "it is Miss Woodhouse. I'm sure you would like to see her." "I can see nobody," said she, and up she got and would go away. And that was what made us keep you waiting. And extremely sorry and ashamed we were. "If you must go, my dear," said I, "you must. And I will say we're laid down upon the bed." Emma was most sincerely interested. Her heart had been long growing kinder towards Jane, and this picture of her present sufferings acted as a cure for every former ungenerate suspicion, and left her nothing but pity, and the remembrance of the less just and less gentle sensations of the past obliged her to admit that Jane might very naturally resolve on seeing Mrs. Cole or any other steady friend, when she might not bear to see herself. She spoke as she felt, with earnest regret and solicitude, sincerely wishing that the circumstances, which she collected from the spades, to be now actually determined on, might be as much for Miss Fairfax's advantage and comfort as possible. It must be a severe trial to them all, she had understood. It was to be delayed till Colonel Campbell's return. So very kind, replied Miss Bates, but you are always kind. There was no bearing such, and always, and to break through her dreadful gratitude, Emma made the direct inquiry of where. May I ask, is Miss Fairfax going to a Mrs. Smallridge, charming woman, most superior, to have the charge of her 3 little girls, delightful children? Impossible. That any situation could be more replete with comfort. If we except perhaps Mrs. Suckling's own family and Mrs. Bragg's, but Mrs. Smallridge is intimate with both, and in the very same neighborhood. Lives only for miles from Maple Grove. Jane will be only for miles from Maple Grove. Mrs. Elton, I suppose, has been the person to whom Miss Fairfax owes. Yes, our good Mrs. Elton, the most indefatigable, true friend, she would not take a denial. She would not let Jane say no, and when Jane first heard of it, it was the day before yesterday. The very morning we were done. Well, when Jane first heard of it, she was quite decided against accepting the offer. And for the reasons you mention, exactly as you say. She had made up her mind to close with nothing till Colonel Campbell's return. And nothing should induce her to enter into any engagement at present. And so she told Mrs. Elton over and over again, and I'm sure I had no more idea that she would change her mind. But that good Mrs. Elton, whose judgment never fails her so farther than I did, it is not everybody that would have stood out in such a kind way as she did and refused to take Jane's answer. But she positively declared she would not write any such denial. Yesterday, as Jane wished her she would wait, and short enough yesterday evening, it was all settled that Jane should go. Quite surprised me, I had not the least idea. Jane took Mrs. Elton aside and told her at once that, upon thinking over the advantages of Mrs. Suckling's situation, she had come to the resolution of accepting it. I did not know a word of it till it was all settled. You spent the evening with Mrs. Elton? Yes, all of us Mrs. Elton would have us come, it was settled, so upon the hill, while we were walking about with Mr. Knightley. You must all spend the evening with us, said she. I positively must have you all come. Mr. Knightley was there too. Was he? No, not Mr. Knightley, he declined it from the first. And though I thought he would come, because Mrs. Elton declared she would not let him off, he did not, but my mother and Jane and I were all there. And a very agreeable evening. We had such kind friends, you know. Miss Woodhouse one must always find agreeable, though everybody seemed rather fagged after the morning's party. Even Pleasure, who knows fatiguing, I cannot say that any of them seem very much to have enjoyed it. However, I shall always think it a very pleasant party, and feel extremely obliged to the kind friends who included me in it. Miss Fairfax, I suppose, though you were not aware of it, had been making up her mind the whole day. I dare say she had, whenever the time may come. It must be unwelcome to her and all her friends, but I hope her engagement will have every alleviation that is possible. I mean, as to the character and manners of the family. Thank you, dear Miss Woodhouse. Yes, indeed, there is everything in the world that can make her happy in it except the Cyclings and Braggs. There's not such another nursery establishment so liberal and elegant in all Mrs. Elton's acquaintance. Mrs. Smallridge is a most delightful woman, a style of living most equal to Maple Grove. And as to the children, except the little Circlings and little Braggs, there are not such elegant, sweet children anywhere. Jane will be treated with such regard and kindness. It would be nothing but pleasure, a life of pleasure, and her salary. I really cannot venture the name her salary to you, miss. What has even you used as you are to great sums? Would hardly believe that so much could be given to a young person like Jane. Madam, cried Dima, if other children are at all like what I remember to have been myself, I should think 5 times the amount of what I have ever yet heard named as a salary. on such occasions dearly earned. You are so noble in your ideas. And when is Miss Fairfax to leave you? Very soon indeed. That's the worst of it. Within a fortnight Mrs. Smallridge is in a great hurry. My poor mother does not know how to bear it, so then I try to put it out of her thoughts and say, "Come on, do not let us think about it anymore. Her friends must all be sorry to lose her. And will not Colonel and Mrs. Campbell be sorry to find that she has engaged herself before their return?" Yes, Jane says she's sure they will, but yet this is such a situation that she cannot feel herself justified in declining. I was so astonished when she first told me what she had been saying to Mrs. Elton, and when Mrs. Elton at the same moment came congratulating me upon it. It was just before tea. No, it could not be before tea, because we were just going to cards, and yet it was before tea, because I remember thinking, oh no. Now I recollect, now I have it. Something happened before tea, but not that. Mr. Elton was called out of the room before tea. Oh, John Abdison wanted to speak with him. Poor old John, I have a great regard for him. He was a clerk to my poor father 27 years. And now, poor man, he is bedridden and very poorly, with dramatic gout in his joints. I must go and see him today. And so will Jane, I'm sure, if she gets out at all. And poor Johnson came to talk to Mr. Elton about relief from the parish. He is very well to do himself. You know, being head man of the crown, Osla, and everything of that sort. But still he cannot keep his father without some help. And so when Mr. Elton came back, he told us of what John Osla had been telling him. And then it came out about the chaise having been sent to Randall's to take Mr. Frank Churchill to Richmond. That was what happened before tea. It was after tea that Jane spoke to Mrs. Elton. Miss Bates would hardly give Emma time to say how perfectly knew the circumstance was to her, but as without supposing it possible that she could be ignorant of any of the particulars of Mr. Frank Churchill's going. She proceeded to give them all. It was of no consequence what Mr. Elton had learned from the OSLA on the subject, being the accumulation of the OSLA's own knowledge and the knowledge of the servants at Randall's, was that a messenger had come over from Richmond soon after the return of the party from Box Hill, which messenger, however, had been no more than was expected, and that Mr. Churchill had sent his nephew a few lines containing upon the whole a tolerable account of Mrs. Churchill, and only wishing him not to delay coming back beyond the next morning early, but that Mr. Frank Churchill, having resolved to go home directly, without waiting at all, and his horse seeming to have got a cold, Tom had been sent off immediately for the Crown chaise, and the ostler had stood out and seen it pass by, the boy going a good pace and driving very steady. There was nothing in all of this. Either it was astonish or interest, and it caught Emma's attention only as it united with the subject, which already engaged her mind. The contrast between Mrs. Churchill's importance in the world and Jane Fairfax's struck her. One was everything, the other nothing. She sat musing on the difference of women's destiny, and quite unconscious on what her eyes were fixed, till roused by Miss Bates saying, "Hi, I see what you're thinking of the pianoforte. What is to become of that?" "Very true, poor dear Jane was talking of it just now. You must go," said she. "You and I must part, you will have no business here. Let it stay, however," said she. "Give it house room till Colonel Campbell comes back. I shall talk about it to him. He will settle for me. He will help me out of my difficulties, and to this day I do believe she knows not whether it was his present or his daughter's." Now Emma was obliged to think of the pianoforte, and the remembrance of all her former fanciful and unfair conjectures was so little pleasing that she soon allowed herself to believe. Her visit had been long enough, and with a repetition of everything that she could venture to say of the good wishes, which she rarely felt took leave. Chapter 45. Emma's pensive meditations as she walked home were not interrupted, but on entering the parlor, she found those who must rouse her. Mr. Knightley and Harriet had arrived during her absence and was sitting with her father. Mr. Knightley immediately got up and, in a manner decidedly graver than usual, said, "I would not go away without seeing you, but I have no time to spare, and therefore must now be gone directly. I'm going to London to spend a few days with John and Isabella. Have you anything to send or say besides the love, which nobody carries?" "Nothing at all, but is not this a sudden scheme?" "Yes, rather. I've been thinking of it for some little time." Emma was sure he had not forgiven her. He looked unlike himself. Time, however, she thought, would tell him that they ought to be friends again. While he stood as if meaning to go, but not going, her father began his inquiries. "Well, my dear, and did you get there safely? And how did you find my worthy old friend and her daughter, I dare say? They must have been very much obliged to you for coming. Dear Emma has been to call on Mrs. and Miss Bates, Mr. Knightley. As I told you before, she is always so attentive to them." Emma's color was heightened by this unjust praise, and with a smile and a shake of the head, which spoke much, she looked at Mr. Knightley. It seemed as if there was an instantaneous impression in her favor, as if his eyes received the truth from hers. And all that had passed of good in her feelings were at once caught and honored. He looked at her with a glow of regard. She was warmly gratified, and in another moment, still more so. By a little movement of more than common friendliness in his part, he took her hand. Whether she had not herself made the first motion, she could not say. She might, perhaps her brother offered it, but he took her hand, pressed it, and certainly was on the point of carrying it to his lips when, from some fancy rather, he suddenly let it go. Why he should feel such a scruple, why he should change his mind when it was all but done, she could not perceive. He would have judged better, she thought, if he had not stopped. The intention, however, was indubitable, and whether it was that his manners had in general so little gallantry, or however else it happened, but she thought nothing became him more. It was with him of so simple, yet so dignified in nature. She could not but recall the attempt. With great satisfaction it spoke such perfect amity. He left them immediately afterwards, gone in a moment. He always moved with the alertness of a mind which could neither be undecided nor dilatory, but now he seemed more sudden than usual in his disappearance. Emma could not regret her having gone to Miss Bates, but she wished she had left her 10 minutes earlier. It would have been a great pleasure to talk over Jane Fairfax's situation with Mr. Knightley. Neither would she regret that he should be going to Brunswick Square, but she knew how much his visit would be enjoyed. But it might have happened at a better time, and to have had longer notice of it would have been pleasanter. They parted thorough friends. However, she could not be deceived as to the meaning of his countenance and his unfinished gallantry. It was all done to assure her that she had fully recovered this good opinion. He had been sitting with him half an hour, she found. It is a pity that she had not come back earlier, in the hope of diverting her father's thoughts from the disagreeableness of Mr. Knight is going to London. And going so suddenly, and going on horseback, which she knew would be all very bad. Emma communicated her news of Jane Fairfax, and her dependence on the effect was justified. It supplied a very useful check. Interested without disturbing him, he had long made up his mind. Jane Fairfax is going out as a governess, and could talk of it carefully, but Mr. Knightley's going to London had been an unexpected blow. I'm very glad, my dear. To hear she is to be comfortably settled, Mrs. Elton is very good-natured and agreeable, and I dare say her acquaintance are just what they ought to be. I hope it is a dry situation, and that her health will be taken good care of. It ought to be a first object, as I am sure poor Miss Taylor's always was with me. You know, my dear, she's going to be to this new lady what Miss Taylor was to us, and I hope she will be better off in one respect, and not be induced to go away after it has been her home for so long." The following day brought news from Richmond. To throw everything else into the background, an express arrived at Randalls to announce the death of Mrs. Churchill, though her nephew had no particular reason to hasten back. On her account, she had not lived above 36 hours. After his return, a sudden seizure of a different nature from anything foreboded by her general state had carried her off after a short struggle. The great Mrs. Churchill was no more. It was felt as such things must be felt. Everybody had a degree of gravity and sorrow, tenderness towards the departed, solicitude for the surviving friends, and in a reasonable time, curiosity to know where she would be buried. Goldsmith tells us that one lovely woman stoops to folly. She has nothing to do but die. And when she stoops to be disagreeable, it is equally to be recommended as a clearer. Of ill fame, Mrs. Churchill, after being disliked at least 25 years, was now spoken of with compassionate allowances. In one point she was fully justified. She had never been admitted before to be seriously ill. The event acquitted her of all the fancifulness and all the selfishness of imaginary complaints. Poor Mrs. Churchill. No doubt you've been suffering a great deal, more than anybody had ever supposed, and continual pain would try the temper. It was a sad event, a great shock, with all her faults. What would Mr. Churchill do without her? Mr. Churchill's last would be dreadful indeed. Mr. Churchill would never get over it. Even Mr. Weston shook his head and looked. Solomon said, "Ah, poor woman, who would have thought it, and resolve that his mourning should be as handsome as possible." And his wife sat, sighing and moralizing over her broad hands, with the commiseration and good sense, true and steady. How it would affect Frank was among the earliest thoughts of both. It was also a very early speculation with Emma, the character of Mrs. Churchill, the grief of her husband. Her mind glanced over them both with awe and compassion, and then rested with lightened feelings on how Frank might be affected by the event, how benefited, how freed. She saw in a moment all the possible good. Now an attachment to Harriet Smith would have nothing to encounter. Mr. Churchill, independent of his wife, was feared by nobody, an easy, guidable man. To be persuaded into anything by his nephew, all that remained to be wished was that the nephew should form the attachment. As with all her goodwill in the cause, Emma could feel no certainty of its being already formed. Harriet behaved extremely well on the occasion, with great self-command. Whatever she might feel of brighter hopes, she betrayed nothing. Emma was gratified to observe such a proof in her of strength and character, and refrained from any illusion that might endanger its maintenance. They spoke, therefore, of Mrs. Churchill's death with mutual forbearance. Short letters from Frank were received at Randalls, communicating all that was immediately important of their state and plans. Mr. Churchill was better than could be expected, and their first removal, on the departure of the funeral for Yorkshire, was to be the house of a very old friend in Windsor, to whom Mr. Churchill had been promising a visit the last 10 years. At present, there was nothing to be done for Harriet. Good wishes for the future were all that could yet be possible. On Emma's side, it was a more pressing concern to show attention to Jane Fairfax, whose prospects were closing while Harriet's opened, and whose engagements now allowed of no delay. In anyone at Highbury who wished to show her kindness, And with Emma, it was grown into a first wish. She had scarcely a stronger regret than for her past coldness and the person whom she had been so many months neglecting was now the very one on whom she would have lavished every distinction of regard or sympathy she wanted to be of use to her, wanted to show a value for her society, and testify respect and consideration. She resolved to prevail on her to spend a day at Hartfield. A note was written to urge it. The invitation was refused, and by a verbal message. Miss Fairfax was not well enough to write, and when Mr. Perry called at Hartfield the same morning, it appeared that she was so much indisposed as to have been visited, though against her own consent, by himself, and that she was suffering under severe headaches and a nervous fever to a degree which made him doubt the possibility of her going to Mrs. Smallridge's at the time proposed. Her health seemed for the moment completely deranged, appetite quite gone, and though there were no absolutely alarming symptoms, nothing touching the pulmonary complaint, which was the standing apprehension of the family, Mr. Perry was uneasy about her. He thought she had undertaken more than she was equal to, and that she felt it so herself. Though she would not own it, her spirit seemed to overcome. Her present home, he could not but observe, was unfavorable to a nervous disorder. Confined always to one room, he could have wished it otherwise. And her good aunt, though his very old friend, he must acknowledge to be not the best companion for an invalid of that description. Her care and attention could not be questioned. They were, in fact, only to grate. He was very much feared that Miss Fairfax derived more evil than good from them. Emma listened with the warmest concern, grieved for her more and more, and looked around, eager to discover some way of being useful to take her, be it only an hour or two, from her aunt, to give her change of air and scene and quiet. Rational conversation, even for an hour or two, might do her good. And the following morning, she wrote again to say, in the most feeling language she could command, that she would call for her in the carriage at any hour that Jane would name, mentioning that she had Mr. Perry's decided opinion in favor of such exercise for his patient. The answer was only in this short note: Miss Fairfax compliments and thanks, but is quite unequal to any exercise. Emma felt that her own note had deserved something better, but it was impossible to quarrel with words whose tremulous inequality showed indisposition so plainly, and she thought only of how she might best counteract this unwillingness to be seen or assisted, in spite of the answer. Therefore, she ordered the carriage and drove to Mrs. Bates, in the hope that Jane would be induced to join her. But it would not do. Miss Bates came to the carriage door, all gratitude and agreeing with her most earnestly, and thinking an airing might be of the greater service, and everything that message could do was tried, but all in vain. Miss Bates was obliged to return without success. Jane was quite unpersuadable. The mere proposal of going out seemed to make her worse. Emma wished she could have seen her and tried her own powers, but almost before she could hint the wish, Miss Bates made it appear that she had promised her niece on no account to let Miss Woodhouse in. Indeed, the truth was that poor dear Jane could not bear to see anybody at all. Mrs. Elton, indeed, could not be denied, and Mrs. Cole had made such a point, and Mrs. Perry had said so much, but except them, Jane would really see nobody. Emma did not want to be classed with the Mrs. Eltons, the Mrs. Purries, and the Mrs. Coles, who would force themselves anywhere. Neither could she feel any right of preference herself. She submitted, therefore, and only questioned Miss Bates' father as to her niece's appetite and diet, which she longed to be able to assist on that subject. Poor Miss Bates was very unhappy and very communicative. Jane would hardly eat anything, Mr. Perry recommended nourishing food, but everything they could command, and never had anybody such good neighbors. Was distasteful Emma, on reaching home, called the housekeeper directly to an examination of her stores, and some arrowroot of very superior quality was speedily dispatched, Miss Bates with a most friendly note. In half an hour the arrowroot was returned, with 1,000 thanks from Miss Bates, but dear Jane would not be satisfied without its being sent back. It was a thing she could not take, and moreover she insisted on her, saying that she was not at all in want of anything. When Emma afterwards heard that Jane Fairfax had been seen wandering about the meadows at some distance from Highbury, on the afternoon of a very day on which she had, under the plea of being unequal to any exercise, so peremptorily refused to go out with her in the carriage, she could have no doubt, putting everything together, that Jane was resolved to receive no kindness from her. She was sorry, very sorry. Her heart was grieved, for a state would seem, but the more pitiable from this sort of irritation of spirits, inconsistency of action, and inequality of powers, and it mortified her that she was given so little credit for proper feeling, or esteemed so little worthy as a friend, but she had the consolation of knowing that her intentions were good, and of being able to say to herself that, could Mr. Knightley have been privy to all her attempts of assisting Jane Fairfax, could he even have seen into her heart, he would not on this occasion have found anything to reprove. Chapter 46. One morning, about 10 days after Mrs. Churchill's decease, Emma was called downstairs to Mr. Weston, who could not stay 5 minutes, and wanted particularly to speak with her. He met her at the parlor, and hardly asking her how she did, in the natural key of his voice, sunk it immediately to say, unheard by her father, "Can you come to Randall's at any time this morning? Do, if it be possible. Mrs. Weston wants to see you. She must see you. Is she unwell? No, not at all. Only a little agitated. She would have ordered the carriage and come to you, but she must see you alone, and that you know." Nodding towards her father, "Can you come certainly this moment, if you please? It is impossible to refuse what you ask in such a way. But what can be the matter? Is she really not? It'll depend upon me. But ask no more questions. You will know it all in time. The most unaccountable business, but hush, hush." To guess what all this meant was impossible, even for Emma. Something really important seemed announced by his looks, but as her friend was well, she endeavored not to be uneasy, and settling it with her father that she would take her walk now, she and Mr. Weston was soon out of the house together, and on their way to quick pace for Randall's. "No," said Emma, when they were fairly beyond the sweet gates. "Now, Mr. Weston, do let me know what has happened." No, he gravely replied, "don't ask me. I promised my wife to leave it all to her. She will break it to you better than I can. Do not be impatient, Emma. It will all come out soon." "Break it to me," cried Emma, standing still with terror. "Good God, Mr. Weston, tell me at once. Something has happened in Brunswick Square." "I know it has. Tell me. I charge you, tell me this moment what it is." "No, indeed. You are mistaken, Mr. Weston. Do not try, for with me consider. How many of my dearest friends are now in Brunswick Square? Which of them is it? I charge you by all that is sacred, not to attempt concealment. Upon my word, Emma. Your word. Why not? Your honor. Why not say upon your honor that it has nothing to do with any of them? Good heavens, what can be to be broke to me? That does not relate to one of that family. Upon my honor," said he very seriously, "it does not. It is not in the smallest degree connected with any human being of the name of Knightley." Emma's courage returned, and she walked on. "I was wrong," he continued, "in talking of it being broke to you. I should not have used the expression. In fact, it does not concern you. It concerns only myself, that is. We hope, in short, my dear Emma, there's no occasion to be so uneasy about it. I don't say that it is not a disagreeable business, but things might be much worse if we walk fast. We shall soon be at Randall's. Emma found that she must wait, and now it required little effort. She asked no more questions, therefore merely employed her own fancy, and that soon pointed out to her the probability of it being some money concern, something just come to light of a disagreeable nature in the circumstances of the family, something which the late event, Richmond, had brought forward. Her fancy was very active, half a dozen natural children perhaps, and poor Frank cut off. This, though very undesirable, would be no matter of agony to her. It inspired little more than animating curiosity. "Who is that gentleman on horseback?" said she as they proceeded, speaking more to assist Mr. Western in keeping his secret than with any other view. "I do not know one of the odd ways." "Not Frank, it is not Frank. I assure you, you will not see him. He is halfway to Windsor by this time." "Has your son been with you then?" "Oh yes, did not you know well?" "Well, never mind." For a moment he was silent, and then added in a tone much more guarded and demure, "Yes, Frank came over this morning just to ask us how we did." They hurried on and was speedily at Randall's. "Well, my dear," said he as they entered the room, "I have brought her, and now I hope you will soon be better. I shall leave you together. There is no use in delay. I should not be far off if you want me." And Emma distinctly heard him add, in a lower tone before he quitted the room, "I have been as good as my word. She has not the least idea." Mrs. Weston was looking so ill, and had an air of so much perturbation, that Emma's uneasiness increased, and the moment they were alone, she eagerly said, "What is it?" "My dear friend, something of a very unpleasant nature, I find, has occurred. Do let me know directly what it is. I've been walking all this way in complete suspense. We both aboard suspense. Do not let mine continue longer. It will do you good to speak of your distress, whatever it may be." "Have you indeed no idea?" said Mrs. Weston in a trembling voice. "Cannot you, my dear Emma, cannot you form a guess as to what you were to hear? So far as that it relates to Mr. Frank Churchill, I do guess you are right, it does relate to him. And I will tell you directly," resuming her work, and seeming resolved against looking up. "He's been here this very morning, on a most extraordinary errand. It is impossible to express our surprise. He came to speak to his father on a subject, to announce an attachment." She stopped to breathe. Emma thought first of herself, and then of Harriet. "More than an attachment indeed," presumed Mrs. Weston. "An engagement, a positive engagement. What would you say, Emma? What will anybody say when it is known that Frank Churchill and Miss Fairfax are engaged? Hey, that they have been long engaged." Emma even jumped with surprise and horror-struck. Exclaimed Jane Fairfax, "Good God, you're not serious, do you mean it?" "You may well be amazed," returned Mrs. Weston, still averting her eyes, and talking on with eagerness that Emma might have time to recover. "You may well be amazed, but it is. Even so, there has been a solemn engagement between them, ever since October, formed at Weymouth and kept a secret from everybody. Not a creature knowing it but themselves, neither the Campbells nor her family nor his. It is so wonderful that, though perfectly convinced of the fact, it is yet almost incredible to myself. I can hardly believe it. I thought I knew him." Emma Scasti heard what was said. Her mind was divided between two ideas: her own former conversations with him, about Miss Fairfax and poor Harriet, and for some time she could only exclaim and require confirmation, repeated confirmation,